You hear me now? Okay, perfect. Okay.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now. Black power.
Support this man, Black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, this difference between Black Star Network and black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Folks, today is February 17th, 2026, coming up on Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming live on the Black Star Network. We're going to pay homage to one of the most consequential figures in American history, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. He passed away this morning at the age of 84. We'll talk about his impact, civil rights, human rights, economic rights, on politics, covering all sort of areas. We've got a number of people, more than 20 guests lined that will talk about his life and legacy. We're also going to be opening the phone lines for you to be able to share your thoughts as well. We talk about a towering figure. We talk about literally one of the most important folk in American history, not just black history. That is Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. And that's our focus. It is time for us to bring the funk. Roland Martin Unfiltered on the Black Star Network. Let's go. Folks, around 4 a.m. This morning, word came out, 4 a.m. Eastern, that Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. had passed away. In November, many of us went to Chicago to sit at his bedside because doctors were saying that his body was shutting down. But to their surprise, he kept going, got better, was released from the hospital about a week later. But this morning, it all came to an end. A consequential life, someone born in South Carolina, poor, rises to the greatest heights in this country, runs for president twice, leads a civil rights organization, advisor, counselor to numerous presidents, world leaders. That's who this man was. For the next 3 hours, we're going to talk about who he was, what he meant to so many people in this country and in this world. Let's start with Congresswoman Maxine Waters of California. She's known Reverend Jackson for quite some time. Many people might remember the huge stacks concert rally that took place in Los Angeles at the Coliseum there. Congresswoman Waters, it is very difficult to sum up, to put this man's life in words.
It is very difficult, and despite the fact that we knew he was getting weaker, and we knew that perhaps the time was near, to have it announced today still is extraordinarily painful. Jesse Jackson was a national figure. He was an international figure. And, you know, without a lot of people understanding it, we counted on him to keep the civil rights movement going and to protect the civil rights movement and all of the gains that had been made. And of course, he gave his life to all of this. He was articulate, he was brilliant, he was truly a leader that changed not only the Democratic Party, he changed America. He dared to run to be the president of the United States of America. And he was no joke. He did well in the primaries. I looked up some of the information today. He finished third in 1984 Democratic primary, but with a remarkable strong showing, taking 18% of all primary votes. 1988, he did even better, winning nearly 7 million votes in 11 contests and sweeping the South during the primary season. He won the South Carolina caucuses and the Super Tuesday states of Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Virginia. So he was serious. He was taken serious. For the first time, Black people had somebody that they believed in, truly believed in. They loved and worshiped and honored him so very much. And so his legacy is unmatched. And he was my dear friend. In 1984, I traveled on the road with him for 6 weeks straight. And boy, did I learn a lot. I learned a lot about strategy. I learned a lot about how the presidential campaigns were run. And of course, he inspired me. He motivated me. He taught me. And when I ran for office, I used many of the strategies that I had learned with Jesse Jackson. But it was a wonderful time in my life, as it was a wonderful time in so many lives. We did so many good things together. When the hurricane hit down in Louisiana, we went down there and we got on a bus with Cleo Fields. We picked up people on the street and we took them to sanctuaries and safe places, et cetera, et cetera. It's so much of my life was done in a way that I became who I am today because of Jesse Jackson. I loved him, I cherished him, and there's no one else like Jesse Jackson. Never, ever have lived as far as I'm concerned, or who has passed. Jesse Jackson was everything for me and really for this country.
Congresswoman Yvette Clark, chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman from New York City, also joins us. And I don't think there's probably a member of the CBC, probably since its founding to present day, who he could not call at a moment's notice and get them on the phone. And he was known for calling the folk at any time of the night or the day when he felt like talking about public policy, including us journalists.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely correct about that, Roland. I feel where my sister, Representative Maxine Waters, is coming from. I've witnessed them together, and I know that there was a strong bond there. I'm expressing my condolences on behalf of the people of the 9th District of New York, members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and the Clark family, quite frankly, because Reverend Jackson and my mom were very close. I was able to sort of tag along, and I received the benefit of their relationship as a member of Congress. Jesse Jackson was larger than life. For over close to 8 decades, he dedicated his life to his people, to public service, to this nation. And Representative Maxine Waters was correct. He is one of a kind. He is an icon. I think that we all owe him a debt of gratitude, every single American, for his sacrifice and that of his family. I really want to extend my condolences of serving with Jonathan, now a prominent member of the Congressional Black Caucus, have served previously with Jesse Jackson Jr., who was also a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, and Santia, his sister. The whole family has touched my life personally, and I have been there for Reverend as he went about serving so many people across this country. It's quite remarkable life that he has led, and I've been a beneficiary of all of his work, going back to the civil rights movement to the present day.
Congresswoman Waters, I think one of the things that bothered me is that we might be at events, we might be somewhere. Ben Crump is coming up soon, and I remember there was an awards event that was in Los Angeles, and Reverend Jackson was in the audience. And it was mentioned that he was here, he was there, and people applauded. And when I went up to get my award, I actually was pissed off. And this has happened a number of times because I did not like how he was received. And I think part of that is because Reverend was so ubiquitous in the lives of Black people, and he was always somewhere that I think a lot of times we just took for granted when he was in our presence. And I said then, and I always said it, I said, no, we are going to properly clap, salute, stand up, and give him his flowers. I said, because he's earned that, but that goes to show you that he was just always somewhere. He could be talking to a mother in Alabama who had an issue, and you turn on the evening news, and he's sitting with the Pope at the Vatican. And so to be able to go literally anywhere, I said it that Reverend Jackson could show up to the Super Bowl, no credentials, and you look up and he on the field. I don't think people really understand when this, and you saw it up close, when this man went places, how he was received by the people.
Well, I had an instance, somewhat what you described with a particular event, and I won't say where it was now because I don't want to embarrass the people, but I was a little bit pissed off and upset that he was not received in the way that he should have been received, announced in the way that he should have been announced. However, what was so precious about him was the fact that you kind of alluded to, he could be with the Pope at 1 minute and with, a worker, a laborer, another minute. At one point in time, when I brought him to Los Angeles, we went to the public housing projects, and the young people there were thrilled with him. And they asked him to stay all night. And guess what? He did it. He stayed all night. And when you go to Nickerson Garden housing projects in Los Angeles, they will point to where Jesse Jackson slept, where Jesse Jackson stayed all night. Well, that's unusual for someone running for the presidency of the United States to be in a public housing project and being received that way. But he was a man of the people and for the people. And so, yes, he was honored by, kings and queens and, heads of governments all over the world. And you're right, somehow, because he belonged so much to us, there are many people that think of him as the guy next door, that I know him. He was on my street. He was at my supermarket. He was, and so oftentimes that would happen where there might be a place that he would go and he would be treated just like one of the average people in the audience. I didn't like it. You didn't like it. But we know because we knew him and we knew how he felt being a part of the people and being with the people in a real way, not some phony, I'm your idol, I'm your, one to look up to and all of that. None of that. And so, I mean, I recognize, maybe as you recognize now, that some saw him as the guy next door, the guy down the street, the guy we know already, and somehow they don't have to treat him in such a way. If I can quickly, let me tell you, we were in New York. And of course, the sidewalks and the streets were full. And the Secret Service was trying to keep people on the sidewalk and off the street. But they just filled the street. And one man was so excited, and he was, his body was almost contorted as he tried to jump out there and reach for Jesse Jackson. And the Secret Service pulled out the AK-47 and pointed at him. I said, please don't shoot him. He just loves Jesse Jackson, because they had never seen anything like that before. But I was with him. I saw it. I felt it. I knew what that man was feeling. And so it was an experience that I'll never forget. And many people who saw it will never forget. But that was our Jesse Jackson. And he, again, was not only national, but international. And I'm sure today there may be some talk about him going to Syria to rescue, I believe it's one of our soldiers that he was on. Who was that, Roland?
Yeah, that was it was 1985.
Lieutenant Goodman.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Goodman.
Yeah, it was Lieutenant Goodman, 1985. He brought a black delegation with him there, and got it done. And President Reagan had to receive him at the White House with Lieutenant Goodman and give Reverend Jackson his credit. And of course, he brought back folk from Cuba and from other countries as well. Congresswoman Clark, my last one for you. You and Congresswoman Waters saw this up close. People really do not understand the sheer brilliance of this man. The ability to be able to recite facts and figures, the ability to connect public policy and the dots, who can take it from 30, 40 years ago to present day, understanding the voting rolls in this state, in that state, and others. And that's something else that I think people have to understand. Reverend Jackson wasn't just an orator, wasn't just a preacher, wasn't just a civil rights activist. He was one of the most brilliant political tacticians that we've ever seen.
Right. That's right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He was also a policy man. You know, I think that because he was able to break down his lived experience into a way in which we could all connect. We could all live vicariously through what he was saying, because it connected to the way that we were living our lives. And the dreams and desires. I mean, the whole keep hope alive. It was not just a saying, it was a way of being. And with him are a lot of hopes. And he understood the power of that and did everything that he could to manifest for people that level of political power.
Yep.
That enables that. That enables that. And we're all just, I'm celebrating Reverend's life today.
That's right.
He lived to be 85 years old. And for all of my lifetime, this man had dedicated his life, literally, working up until the last minute. I know that he was telling his staff things that he wanted to see done, and so I just I celebrate his life. I mourn with the family, because I know what it is to take all of this in. I mean, my phone hasn't stopped ringing. The text messages and the chats haven't stopped. So I know they must be receiving a lot of incoming as well. And it's heavy. It's heavy for all of us. But I've chosen to be in a space where I can just say how grateful I am that he lived and that he did such extraordinary things with his life that impacted globally, as Representative Maxine Waters has said, globally.
Congresswoman Yvette Clark, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, we appreciate y'all joining us for this celebration of the life and legacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr.
Thank you so much for having us, Roland, and thank you so much for putting together this opportunity for us to have this discussion. And at some point in time, I'll be happy to talk with you about his economic intelligence. He started to work with the big businesses in this country long before diversity, equity, and inclusion to force them into doing contracts and hiring. And we need to have people know about what he did with that.
Not just that, also what happened in Silicon Valley. So we're going to be, trust me, we're going to be doing daily tributes leading up to his homegoing service. And so we'll be definitely talking about that stuff as well.
Well, thank you so very much. I'm so pleased you're able to do this. This is like no other station, no other TV station, no other anything can do what you're doing. And you do it because you know what the Black people and people who don't get the benefit of the real thing on some of the major medias, that you can do it for us. And I appreciate it so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thanks a lot. Folks, that's Congresswoman Yvette Clark.
All I can say is ditto.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Folk, let's turn to somebody who knew him well, civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Not only were they fighters in the area of civil rights, they also both, your camera's fine, Ben. Tell them you're fine, you're fine. Tell them you're fine. There we go.
Yes, sir.
They all, both of them are also members of that youth group, Omega Psi Phi. It's all y'all got it's all good. So let me know when y'all have it. So Ben, every time Reverend and I would get together, he would always throw up the hooks. I would always throw the alpha sign. Y'all should have there's a lot of photos. Y'all let me know when y'all have it. We always joked about it. And the Omegas put out a video. We're gonna play it. We're gonna play it on the show as well.
Thank you.
But just share your thoughts and reflections on the loss of this Titan.
It's what you said. He's a Titan.
I hear you just fine. How are you?
For most of my life and many people who are in that 50-something age range, he was always the standard bearer for civil rights in the United States of America. And on so many of the cases, he was always present. And that was what was incredible for me as a young civil rights lawyer, to see that this man who had climbed the highest heights would come and show up for the least of thee, Roland. And I never forget some of the lessons he taught me. I remember we working on a hard case, and Reverend Jackson said, you know, Attorney Crump, he said,
Hi,
I want you to remember, you don't drown because the water is deep. You drown because you stop kicking. He said, Ben, don't ever stop kicking, whatever you do. And I never forgot that. Even when we're in tough situations now, I think about we just got to keep kicking.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about, again, when we talk about who he showed up for, there were so many places, Ben, public housing, rural communities, east, west, north, south, it did not matter. You never knew when Reverend Jackson would pop up to bring the cameras with him to put a light on a critical issue impacting not just Black folk, but poor folks, working folks. Yeah. He was dealing with way before a bunch of these white politicians. He was in Iowa with farmers. He was with white broke folks and with Willie Nelson in Appalachia in West Virginia.
Yeah. And Roland, I just won this Emmy Award for doing this documentary called How to Sue the Klan. And when we're doing the research on these 5 Black women that were shot by the Ku Klux Klan in 1982 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, who do we see on the newsreel that came to stand with those Black women? It was Reverend Jesse Jackson. I didn't see any other national civil rights leaders or anybody else, but Reverend Jackson came. He always was showing up, and I think that has influenced many of us. I know you always show up, Roland. People like Reverend Al, I mean, Jesse Jackson was that example for us. And I just think about all the wisdom he imparted. Another thing he said, Roland, he said, and making the arguments for diversity, equity, and inclusion, he said the argument they would always put forth against blacks and Hispanic baseball players integrating Major League Baseball before Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier. He said they would say if we let them play, it would bring down the quality of baseball in major leagues. And Reverend Jackson said, we didn't know how good baseball could be until we let everybody play. And he would follow that up. We don't know how good America can be until we get everybody a seat at the table. That was Jesse Jackson, along with Keep Hope Alive and I Am Somebody.
Absolutely. So he inspired so many. And I can tell you, Ben, there were numerous people, lawyers, activists, folk who called upon Reverend. His phone was always ringing. Can you come here? Can you come there? He spent a lot of time away from his family. But this is who he was. I mean, this was the life he committed himself. And in fact, anybody who reads Barbara Reynolds' book on him and other books, I mean, he often, just like Dr. King, checked himself into hospitals because he worked himself to exhaustion. And here he was in the hospital, exhausted, still working. And that's just simply who he was at all times.
Yeah, and Roland, I'll say this before they pull me away. Sonia Massey case, the case we were working on just months ago, where the sister was shot in her face after she said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, and the police shot her. Rev was in a wheelchair, and he was just whispering, but he was at that church in Chicago saying, we got to get justice. We got to get justice.
Well,
that is my last thing I heard from him.
The Ahmaud Arbery trial, that was a march, and you were there. Barbara Arwine was there. We're going to take her in a second, and we got the video. Reverend, they wanted him to stay in the car. Reverend insisted on getting out. It was difficult for him to walk. This is the video right here. We were live streaming this march. It was difficult for him to walk, but he refused to sit in the SUV and roll the window down and wave. No, he said, I have to march. Battling Parkinson's. It was very hard. Sometimes he would stumble, but he made it clear that he was there standing on behalf and with the Ahmaud Arbery family.
Yep. And I choose to remember those good things, Roland. And I'll say this, my alpha brother. He wasn't just the epitome of an Omega man. He was a giant of a man in any circle that he was in.
Absolutely. Ben Crump, civil rights attorney, we appreciate you joining us for this tribute to Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr.
I love you, Roland.
Love you, brother. And this is the photo here. This is from Indianapolis NBA All-Star Game weekend. Reverend and I, we were at the game, and I saw him there, and so I went by and went down, took a photo with him. This was actually at the HBCU game that took place there, and so we saw each other, we always have fun joking about our frats, but absolutely were one when it came to the brotherhood of blackness and humanity as well. So lots we're going to be talking about, folks we'll be hearing from as well. And we're going to do this here, guys. Cue up one of the speeches we have. I sent y'all some. Let me know which one we have. Listen, the oratorical skills of Reverend Jesse Jackson were unbelievable. Whenever folks, and we're going to play it later, the DNC speech, but no, I don't want to play that. I don't want to play that one yet. So pull up another speech. When people talk about greatest speeches in convention history, they might mention Mario Cuomo in 1984. They might mention Senator Barack Obama in 2004, Barbara Jordan's speech, Ann Richards' speech, on and on. I can tell you flat out that I don't think anybody comes close to what took place in 1984, 1988. And so we're going to play some of that. But this was an event took place in Atlanta, Global Hope Forum. I got a chance, along with John Hope Bryant, to moderate a conversation between two titans, former Ambassador Andrew Young and Reverend Jackson. Here's some of that conversation.
Reverend Jackson, on that point, a lot of folks they have heard of breadbasket, and then they'll say, oh man, I get the boycott thing, but the kind of pressure you were applying to companies really created a number of black millionaires who were shut out of those stores after the Fair Housing Act, Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act. Talk about how critical that was to developing a black economic base in Chicago and across the country.
It seems that, first of all, thank you very much. It seems one thing we have to deal with is some policy behavior and some private behavior. That is to say that if you spend more than you have and vote less than you have, that's the formula for suicide. If you spend more than you have and vote less than you have, that's the formula. You must spend less than you make and vote all you can. You got to reverse our psychology. That's one piece of it. The second piece of it is
y'all can clap on that. Go ahead.
The second piece of it seems to me is that we got to look at today, 50 years after Dr. King's assassination, 54% of all the African Americans make less than $15 an hour. Half of them make less than $12 an hour, and half of them less than $9 an hour. That's working poor people. And then the other group is in what they call credit card debt. Yeah. How does one leverage that money in ways that you begin to get returns on your investment? And it seems to me just as we have focused on leveraging our votes to get elected officials, we also can leverage our economy to get the private sector, and that's where the wealth is. Yeah. Roland, we went to, as you know, went to Silicon Valley, and you worked with us on this project. We went to Hewlett-Packard, and they said to us, we cannot share information about EEO1 because it puts us at a competitive disadvantage. So we bought stock in 25 companies. Yep. Give us the right to go to shareholders' meetings, and from that, we raised the point of shareholders. They now have 4 blacks on the boards because the 100 largest cities are majority black and brown. We have economic leverage as we have political leverage.
Now, before you did that, Facebook had no African Americans on their board. Ken Chenault is now on their board of directors. Twitter had no black folks. Deborah Lee is now on their board. And that was because of that level of pressure.
Jim Bell's on the board of Apple.
Yeah, Apple. Jim Bell at Apple.
John Thompson's on the board now as chairman of the board of Microsoft because we use our economic leverage. And so just as we have votes to fight with, we have dollars. In Chicago, in effect, what we did was you had this huge market of people who we couldn't even pick up the garbage. We don't pick up the garbage in a single city in America. Sludge is fudge if you're on the truck.
Hold up. And when you say don't pick up the garbage, we worked for the city, you mean who owned the contract?
Yeah. I mean, if you got say, an X chain store and they have 6 barrels of waste a day, you pick it up. You can leverage that to get your truck and leverage that to bury it. And so that the ability to pick up our own waste is a multi-billion-dollar industry, for example. We could not get Johnson products on the shelves. We couldn't get Johnson Publishing Company on the shelves. And we said, we want to cut, if you will, a mutually beneficial. You don't do business with us, don't do business with you. We began to leverage that and begin to open. But we went a step further because we couldn't stop at ghettonomics. We have more than our side of town. We demanded that the state treasury begin to put money in black banks. We begin to focus on pension funds. That's our money too.
Is that the Wall Street project?
But the point is on Wall Street that I would make the case that we have 4 stages to our struggle. I would make fundamentally the 246 years of legal slavery. We had no rights. And when we got free, we never got equal. And for a moment we got equal, the gesture with the Freedmen's Bank, but they withdrew from that. Yep. The second stage was Jim Crow. 5,000 blacks were lynched between 1880 and 1950. Then the right to vote. Now, beyond slavery and segregation and voting is access to capital, industry, technology, and that's what we're now at the 4th stage of our struggle. Access, that's why they have the CRA guy sitting here. Access to capital, industry, technology, and deal is the time of our season.
Well, Robert Patillo was the executive director for the Rainbow Coalition Peachtree Project. He joins us right now. Robert, we were just sharing there, Reverend, talking about the issue of economics. And just like I believe, too many of us really we undervalue what Dr. King did on the issue of economics. Really, in the last 5 years of his life, it was Reverend Jackson picking up that mantle, taking Operation Breadbasket, really driving that issue in a significant way, and continuing that really through the rest of his life, not just when it came to board of directors, but when it came to contracts, when it came to building businesses, investing money in black banks. It was a very much comprehensive economic strategy that he was always focused on.
You're absolutely right. And if you want to think about the first things that Donald Trump decided to attack during his second term, he decided to attack the direct legacy of Reverend Jesse L. Jackson. And that cannot be subtracted because we're going to continue to see more and more conservatives coming out and saying how much they loved Reverend Jackson. Donald Trump made a post about it earlier today. And what they're going to start doing is perverting that legacy, making that legacy being used for their own purposes, and try to ignore the fact that everything they're doing right now, you can essentially say that Project 2025 was a blueprint to undo the living legacy of Reverend Jackson. If you want to look at FAA employees and getting black folks into those control towers to be air traffic controllers, that was the work of Reverend Jackson. In addition to working to diversify boards of directors, he was the one pushing through legislation that mandated the federal government to contract with minority corporations, to really put in place the rubric saying that you need to have a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer in your major organization to bring in diverse talent, to not just simply say passively, we're going to stop discriminating, but to actively and affirmatively go out and bring in that talent. Much of the black middle class and upper class that we see today is built off of that legacy directly. We cannot forget that because we're already seeing others swimming around and chomping at the bit. In the same way they decided they're going to adopt Dr. King and then pervert his legacy to be one simply saying that you have to have a colorblind society as opposed to saying that we need to be fighting for racial equality. The same way we're seeing them taking Malcolm X's legacy to say that, well, if you vote for Democrats, you're a chump, taking 1 point out of context. They're going to start taking Reverend Jackson's legacy out of context. And the people who know have to be the ones carrying that burden forward. Because by the time you get done, they'll be telling the Donald Trump version of Jesse Jackson that he told earlier, just a week after posting imagery of African Americans as being apes, trying to use as a cudgel to simply say that to apologize for their racism. We cannot let that happen. We cannot be the generation that drops the baton.
Also found in the Transforming Justice Coalition. Barbara, there was a direct relationship, a direct correlation between the battle for economic rights and law. And so he understood you had to have the lawyers in the room in dealing with these companies so they can understand that dynamic. And again, I really think too often we sort of have this one-dimensional view of what Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. was doing with Rainbow Push, with Operation Breadbasket, then Push, then Rainbow Push. But it really was a multi-pronged strategy to get at the heart of this capitalistic society to make sure that it benefited black people.
Absolutely. And he really had a major vision. I mean, he saw issues in an interdependent, interconnected way that very few people can do it. I mean, he had a multidimensional perspective, and that made him so good on the international and the national stage. But at the same time, he was gifted. As we talked about his oratory, he was gifted in the fact that he could code switch before that word was even understood, that terminology. He could speak to people at the plainest levels, and he could speak at the highest levels. He was just amazing when you think about his scope, when you think about his impact, when you think about his determination, his boldness, his courage. I mean, he was such a giant in so many ways, and there's very few, just very few, who can match him. He was a major leader, and he is irreplaceable in some respects. But at the same time, I think the most important part of his legacy is what we do with it. You know, do we just sit back, read, and listen to speeches, or do we get out there and do it? You know, I'm so happy that people are right now on the ground in Houston, Texas, getting out that vote, because anybody who knows him, the one thing that hurt him to his heart was an unregistered Black voter who was eligible to vote and did not seek to register. And the second thing that hurt him was the voters who were registered but did not turn out to vote. Those were to him almost the sins that really drove his, his nightmares. And I'm just glad that right now, as early voting has started in Texas, as you know, that not only is the Transformative Justice Coalition there, Black Voters Matters is there, SEIU, Legal Women Voters, so many groups are there doing that work. That's what he wanted. That's how we recognize him. And it's not just, the actions, but we also need to emulate his values, his broad love of humanity. I mean, he did not have a people that he did not love. He loved youth. He loved to make sure that women were, given equality. There was just so much about his vision that we need to really lift up in a more detailed, conference and then action work. I just think he's amazing, and I'm so grateful to God that I lived in a time when he walked, when he lived, when he breathed, when he would love on me and all of you who are listening. That's who he was.
Robert, Maynard Jackson's grandfather taught him the 3 B's: the ballot, the book, and the buck. And anyone who actually followed Reverend Jackson's life and career, he also emphasized those 3 things, and especially when it came to the ballot and the buck, understanding that when you talk about economics, that was a political component to it. We saw that lived out through Hatcher, through Stokes, through Coleman Young, through Maynard Jackson, through Andrew Young, through a litany of Atlanta mayors, through Marion Barry, so many others. And so that was also, so when Barbara talks about the power of the vote, he understood that when Black folks did not register and did not vote, we were leaving out our economic power, but also our power to impact public policy. When Ferguson went down, he was on the corner talking to a group of young men who were pissed off and angry and ready to go crazy with what happened to Michael Brown. And he asked them, do y'all want to see the cop that killed Michael Brown? Do you want to see him charged? Do you want to see him go to jail? They said, yes. He said, are you registered? They said, no. He said, you do know that you can't even be on the jury because you're not a registered voter. So here they were wanting to seek justice, but because they weren't even registered to vote, they could have no part in that justice. And he was reminding them why registering to vote is important.
I think that's a crucial point, because the way that Reverend Jackson saw voting, he saw the vote almost as a currency. And this is why in the 84 and the 88 campaign, he realized that he had to bring his own voters. He essentially created the modern get out the vote methodology. When he would go to a town and he would go to the church, he would go to the school, he would go to the community center, he would register those voters. And then when he's able to go to the DNC with 2 million of his own voters, well, guess what? Now you got to listen to me. Now it's not just have a seat at the table. Now I have a voice at the table. Now I'm going to be served as a diner at that table because I'm bringing my own currency with me, which are my voters. And if you look at even what the national parties are doing right now, what Talking Points USA and Elon Musk did last in 2024 to get out the vote for Trump is literally following the same playbook the Reverend Jackson put in place nearly 40 years ago when it comes to going in, finding the grassroots, and getting those people motivated. The reason those corporations had to listen to Reverend Jackson wasn't just that he had bought shares in those corporations. It was because they understood that he had the power to motivate those millions of people who had registered to vote up or down on their political interests. So when we talk about the right to vote, in almost every swing state in this country, the 7 swing states that Trump won, if you had 10,000 more African Americans registered to vote, the entire election would have changed. If you could have changed the entire outlook of American and world history just by registering more people who believe in your side of the aisle to get out there and vote and be motivated. So when we're going into this political situation we are right now, Look, right now, the SAVE Act is matriculating its way through Congress, which will be a national voter ID program. It would be the most far-reaching voter suppression law put in place in American history. It would strip local jurisdictions the ability to determine how they count and cast votes, and is antithetical to our constitutional system and should be struck down by the courts. That is working its way through Congress right now. And anyone who says they support Reverend Jackson and they believe in him cannot support that form of legislation. It has to be rule number one that we stop that from passing, because that's how they plan to steal the 2026 election. If you're looking at what's going to happen to us going forward, if we allow these Trump cuts to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, these cuts to Black workers in the federal government, these cuts to programs that have minority contracting, if we allow that to happen, then we're going to be put back in a position worse than we were in 1964, because it'll take us another century to claw out of that. So when you want to honor the legacy of Reverend Jackson, in lieu of flowers, vote. In lieu of thoughts and prayers, vote. In lieu of Facebook posts about this, register some other people to get out there and vote. We have to vote like our lives depend on it, because our ancestors went to the grave fighting for us to have the rights and the opportunities we have today, and I refuse to be the generation that lets that fall to the wayside.
Rob Patillo, Barbara Unwine. And Barbara, I do want to give you, I mentioned Ahmaud Arbery when we were out there. Again, when folks were marching, this was before it went to the jury for them to decide. Reverend Jackson wanted to be out there, and he was out there, and he was adamant about marching. This right here, we were live streaming this march, and that's him right there. Barbara?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I want people to understand that he came several times to Brunswick to be there to advocate for justice for Ahmaud Arbery, 100% justice. And one thing that people don't understand is that he came especially when the white lawyer representing the defendant said that they didn't want any of these Black pastors like Reverend Jackson coming to his church, coming to the courthouse, and that they didn't want him coming in there and disrupting the process. Reverend Jackson, because he was bold, because he was courageous, he didn't say, okay, I guess I'm going to have to stay back because these Ku Klux Klan type people don't want me there. He said, I'm coming. He said, not only am I coming, I'm bringing other pastors with me. He is just that bold. That's what was unique about him. There's been excellent orators in our history. There's been amazing intellectuals in our history. There's been amazing activists, but he had a boldness of vision, bad enough to say, I will go across the seas and bring home hostages, and despite these threats that I'm going to somehow be persecuted for engaging in foreign policy, well, I'm going to do it anyway. And he did it. And what did they do? They had to say, you can't argue with success. This is the man that I want people to take in their hearts, to understand that he had that kind of love, that he would fight for people, and that he would go into the most unknown hamlets, little towns, little communities, and fight like he was on national television. I love that about him. I will, and I had to, just go back to one thing, that I said about him earlier today, is he was very lawyerly. He knew more about the law than most lawyers knew. And because he understood not only the fine-tuned specifics of the law, he also knew the spirit of the law, and he knew how to blend those. It's no accident that Malcolm X said he would have been a lawyer. It's no accident that Reverend Jackson, took that religious, spiritual foundation and blended it with his intellectual foundation, blended it with his organizing foundation, and blended it with his legal understanding. And he absolutely, when he needed doctors, he got the doctors. When he needed accountants, he got the accountants. When he needed people in those boardrooms, he got them in the boardrooms. Don't forget, everybody, that he also got a whole lot of powerful Black folks into cabinets, presidential cabinets. When you think about Alexis Herman and so many others, don't just forget that he seeded the entire structure of our political machinations in this country. I just want everyone to understand that we had the blessing of a real soldier, a real leader in our midst, in our times.
Indeed, indeed. Barbara Arnwine, Robert Patillo, we certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Folks, in studio with me right now, to my left, Rebecca Carruthers, President and CEO of Fair Elections Center. We have, of course, Michael Brown, former chair at DNC Finance Committee, Dr. Avis Jones-DeWeaver, author, co-founder, editor-in-chief, Max Black's Media, Dr. Julian Mavo, President Emerita, Bennett College, also President Push Excel Board, Melanie Campbell, President CEO, National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. We also have seated next to her, Kelly Bethea, communications strategist, Dr. Greg Carr, Department of Afro-American Studies, Howard University, Mustafa Santiago Ali, former senior advisor for environmental justice at the EPA, Randy Bryant, entrepreneur, author, speaker. We also have Long Victoria Burke, owner, Black Virginia News. Michael, I want to start with you. What Barbara was just talking about, that political infrastructure. What a lot of folk really don't understand is that that 1988 run, when folks saw what Reverend Jackson won in '84, then what he won in '88, coming in second in 1988, a lot of folks felt that he did not get proper due. What happens, Dukakis becomes a nominee, the deal is brokered, your dad becomes chair of the Democratic National Committee, Ron Brown, Dr. Ron Walters, Reverend Jackson, they literally changed the rules of the party. When it came to superdelegates, when it came to winner take all, to proportional. And I remind people, the numbers are the numbers. If the old rules were in place 20 years later, there is no President Barack Obama. If you look at the 2008 race, Hillary Clinton won the big states. She won California. She won Texas. She won Pennsylvania. She won Ohio. And that old system, had it been in place, she walks away with the nomination. She locks up superdelegates. She's a nominee. And that a lot of folk, a lot of these national media people want to act like that never existed. But that was cataclysmic, changing the rules. And then what then happens with Reverend Jackson, your father, and others, they then also created what Barbara talked about, that Black infrastructure in the Democratic National Committee that impacted DNC, DSCC, DCCC. Richard Shelby is not the senator from Alabama. Not Reverend Jackson putting those folks on the rolls. That is undeniable.
Absolutely undeniable. Your history lesson was absolutely correct. And there were some in the weeds parts of that too. So in the, I guess, did you call it the old days, or I forgot what you called it.
We just say back in the day.
Okay, back in the day. They, the chair of the party would turn what was called turn over the keys right after the primaries. Whoever the Democratic nominee was would literally turn over the keys to whoever the Democratic nominee. So you take over the whole DNC apparatus, the money, the volunteers, the lists, you name it.
And back then, the DNC apparatus or the RNC was totally different today. Today is super PAC driven. Back then, the party literally ran the whole process.
Correct. So what my father frankly did, he said, I'm changing the timing of when the chair it ends his chairmanship or her chairmanship. So Reverend Jackson and obviously a host of others that had my dad's back, let the chairman change the dates of when the chairmanship had to end until after the inaugural. Because otherwise, the chair and the DNC lose all power after the primary.
Everything goes to the candidate.
Everything goes, that's why they call it turn over the keys. Everything's done, DNC's finished. You know, obviously they play a role, but they don't have really any control. Hence, when that deal was cut between Dukakis and Reverend Jackson, I was working as an advanced person for Dukakis and got loaned to Reverend Jackson's campaign. And the issue wasn't necessarily what Reverend Jackson got. My father brokered to make sure Reverend Jackson had a plane because he wanted to travel and be part of it because you don't want Reverend Jackson on the sidelines. You wanted him involved. Mm-hmm. So had a plane. Dukakis made sure that he had a plane, which was obviously part of that deal. But if you control the keys through the inaugural, you get a say in what happens on the cabinet, on the policy, because you're still controlling the bank accounts and the lists and the volunteers in the states. And so, but once you turn the keys over, you don't have it. And so Reverend Jackson, I forget which guest or mentioned that he was coming to the table with his own currency. So he's at the table saying, I got all this.
Right.
And if you all want a part of that, I need a say in it.
And people have no idea. They have no idea, Julian, what the hell was going on. When Reverend went to that convention in Atlanta in '88, it was like he was a damn nominee. He had a bus. Reverend had a bus tour. Right. He came in second, but he had a bus tour. He comes into Atlanta, into black ass Atlanta, like he the king. You talk about T.I. saying he the king, king of the South. Reverend rose up in Atlanta like it's a coronation. And to Michael's point, what he said to the whole party, I got all these black votes, and I got all these progressive white votes. What we gonna do? And that was a real hardcore negotiation. And there were a lot of white folks in the party who were not happy that they had to kowtow to his demands, but he had the power and the leverage and the influence, and he maximized it.
Absolutely. I mean, the '88 convention, I was at '84 as a delegate, in '88 as an alternate delegate, but also as a Jackson surrogate, which was kind of funny because he would send me someplace, they were looking for him, and they got me. And you can see their faces like, what the what is this? But he came in there bad and bold. As Arnwine said, the thing about Reverend Jackson is he was always bad and bold. And when I think about the economic underpinnings of his work, the fact is that he could go from the most micro to the most macro. In other words, my sister and he were very close. Bad joke, I won't tell it. Well, I might. When I went to see him in December, I said, the Malvo family sends regards. I said, James, Marianne, Mariette, Antoinette. He starts grinning when I say Antoinette. So, you know, I'm ticked. Because he used to get on my nerves by either calling me Suzanne, after my CNN cousin, or saying, oh, I love Antoinette. She's the nice Malvo. I'd be like, and I'm the one here working. But anyway, he laughed with, you know, and he hit me when I rolled my eyes. I said, Reverend, and he was not well, but he hit me really hard with his good hand. Really hurt my feelings, but it really didn't hurt my feelings. I love Reverend Jackson so much. But when we look at, Antoinette assigned me when she was at Black MBA to follow him for a day and do a story on him for their magazine. He did everything from international affairs to children with eyeglasses in the same day. And I'm sitting there saying, how do I encapsulate that into an article? Mm-hmm. And the answer is he cared about people. He cared about economic justice, whether it was a child who didn't have eyeglasses to what was happening, you know, across the globe. I mean, he just cared. And one of the best things, you know, Roland, you mentioned that I am president of actually Push Excel, which is the educational arm for Rainbow. We have oratorical contests. Mm-hmm. And little children, they don't get to do their own speeches. They have to memorize somebody else's. Mm-hmm. Well, you want to see Reverend Jackson grin. Watch one of the children do one of his speeches. Yeah. And he'd just be sitting there beaming when the young'un would do one of his speeches. He loved children. I mean, he loved them so much. He would bump us off the program to get a kid the opportunity to speak because he just really believed in that. And it connected him to his own past of having to go to the library in South Carolina, mm-hmm. and they wouldn't let him have a book. And he didn't say, oh, woe is me. He started a movement. He was 15, 16, 17. So his roots are deep and strong, but the economic piece, of course, for me is the part that I glom into the most.
Melody, when you look at, there are a bunch of people who have been involved in politics in the last 40 years who have no idea that they all came through Reverend Jackson. Right. And I remember 2008, the night of the South Carolina primary. We're on CNN, and Obama wins South Carolina. Bill Bennett, former education secretary, which I'm about to tell you, clearly knows he didn't know shit about education.
Hello.
Says on CNN, Reverend Jackson winning South Carolina was Black history. Obama winning South Carolina is American history. And I remember I sat, and he was by satellite, so he wasn't in studio. Damn, Mike, you set up, look at you. So I was mic'd up, and I was like, turn my microphone on. I was like, turn my microphone on. And so the floor director, he goes, hey guys, Roland said turn his microphone on. So they come to me, and I said, I can't let you sit here and say what you just said. And so I talked about the 2 million votes. I talked about the folk who ran. People don't realize 84 and 88 was a litany of Black people. North Carolina, South Carolina, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Texas, all throughout the South, who had never run for office, who became city council members, county commissioners, who became sheriffs, who became judges, state reps, state senators, all across the South. So I recite this. So then he decides to respond. I was like, turn my microphone back on. And I said, no. So then I mentioned Richard Shelby, elected United States Senator from Alabama, Democrat, because of those 2 million votes. I said, Don Brazile ain't campaign manager for Al Gore. I said in 2000, without working for Reverend Jackson's campaign. And then I said, Bill, I said, there's a little short white dude who we had never heard of. I said, named Paul Wellstone, who became United States Senator of Minnesota, and was Reverend Jackson's state director.
That's right. I
said, don't you dare limit that to Black history. I said, it's American history. He didn't respond after that. But that was the thing that people just they kept misunderstanding, and the work that he did with those broke white folks with Willie Nelson in West Virginia, and the farmers in Iowa. And so the platform, not only the people come through that system, but the issues that he laid out in 84, 88 really becomes the dominant theme of the Democratic Party 20 years later. He was 20, 25 years ahead of his time. He was discussing stuff none of them were talking about in 84 and 88.
Well, I was a student when he ran the first time, and I was, in Atlanta when he won in 88. And I was also there in 92, and Bill Clinton benefited in 92. And Georgia went blue in 92 because of the work of Reverend Jackson. And so when when you said that, I jumped up because like, oh no, understand this. The politics, not just for Black folks, but the politics for the Democrats, the path he took. And for a lot of us, coming, being a student, doing voter registration, seeing how he was able to organize and mobilize. He mobilized us. Abel Mabel Thomas, right? You remember Abel Mabel? Yes. We were all in school together. She was at Georgia State, I believe, at that time. Folks like that, they became elected officials because they worked on Reverend Jackson's campaign. So to be able to hear that, it's like, no, he spoke for Black folks, but he spoke for all those the least and the lost and the left out. And what I remember when I heard that at 5 o'clock this morning, you think you're gonna be ready for it, but then you're not ready for it, right? Because his touch was so deep, right, and so long lasting. Here we are, 40 plus years later, and I know that part of I was going to school for business administration, was gonna make me some money, and I ran into people like Reverend Jackson and those who in the James Oranges of the world, and the Joseph Lowrys and the Evelyn Lowrys and all of those whose lives that touched me. And so when I have the opportunity to be here today to lift him up, what we also have to do is, and like I think Barbara said it, we have to keep that legacy going by doing the work. And so he did his part. It's up for us to do our part and make sure that all the work that he did and others did is not in vain. And so, thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this moment.
I know it's not my turn, but I just want to say one thing quickly. I'm looking back at 84 and 88 and the young brothers who were in the room who were supporting Rev. And now many of them are state legislators. I'm looking at like a Rodney Ellis. I'm looking at Cleo Fields.
Cleo Fields now in Congress, Rodney Ellis County Commissioner in Harris County, Houston.
And I'm just looking at them because I remember sitting in a room with them, and just they were growing and learning, and that's what Reverend did. He gave people. When you say keep hope alive, the hope was really about us being able to believe in a transformative nature of our participation.
And what was exciting is when you go to the high schools, right, and how those kids just swarmed.
Well, in fact,
just swarmed
Oprah posted something on Instagram. They said, Reverend,
I am somebody.
She said that Reverend spoke at her high school, and there was something he said. She said she eventually turned that into a poster and put that on her wall, and that's what drove her through high school and college, and she credited him for that. Greg, I'm reading Howard Bryan's book on Paul Robeson and Jackie Robinson, and J. Edgar Hoover called Paul Robeson the most dangerous man in America, the most dangerous black man in America. 2 decades later, he calls Dr. King the most dangerous black man in America. I dare say after 1984, in the Democratic Party, Reverend Jackson was the most dangerous black man in America. As they were finishing his speech in '84, as they were finishing the speech, white Democratic forces were meeting, and that meeting led to the DLC. Absolutely. They saw what was coming. Sure. And they were meeting in San Francisco, and Reverend Jackson they felt was the greatest threat to the future of the Democratic Party because of his run in '84. And the DLC then gets started. Now, Bill Clinton ends up being the DLC candidate in '92. Dukakis loses first of all, Mondale loses in '84. Dukakis loses in '88. '92, Clinton runs, but Clinton does not win. He might have been the DLC candidate, Democrat Leadership Council, which was this center right, whatever you want to call it.
White national.
They wanted to get away from social issues like that. But they were scared to death of the policies that Reverend Jackson was advocating.
No question. I mean, the Jackson campaign, like you say, Melanie, I was a freshman at Tennessee State. Got involved in politics because of that campaign in '84. We went to see Jesse. He came to Vanderbilt. We went over there, and he said, if the other candidates had my budget, they could not compete. If I had their budget, they could not compete. And everybody just starts hearing like, it's clear. But that's only 20 years after Fannie Lou Hamer took a jackhammer to the party in Atlantic City.
Yep.
'84 is only 12 years after Gary, where the threat of an independent black political party is so problematic. You got Coleman Young in there, the Michigan delegation threatening to walk out, and Amiri Baraka, stone cold black nationalists like Michigan. I got to come back. Queen Mother Moore talking about reparations. Who's at the podium? Jesse Louis Jackson with their dashiki and that afro as Coretta Scott King and Betty Shabazz sit on stage. That was the moment. Them white boys knew that they got to stop this. Democrats and Republicans are just delivery systems for our interests.
Right.
Like you said, Mike, I mean, the currency, what did Jesse say? He said voters are the currency in public affairs and consumers are the currency in private affairs. And he understood that nexus, as you say, sitting at the knee of King and then breadbasket and then, coming with push. But as you said, they were plotting on that since the 60s. We can't allow that to happen. Ms. Hamer and what Snick and what Ella Baker and all them did in that stand in '64 cracked the door a little bit. But in '84, never forget, we all watched it. You seeing Coretta Scott King sitting there in that hall, Rosa Parks sitting in that hall. Jesse Jackson is an avatar for 2-3 generations of the people that killed apartheid in this country. And now they're within a hair's breadth of capturing one of the two parties to make this thing go straight. You mentioned Paul Wellstone. Bernie Sanders was doing it in Vermont. Right. Bernie Sanders came out of the Rainbow Coalition. And the Rainbow Coalition itself wasn't political. That's Fred Hampton. That's the hillbillies on the north side of Chicago. And the Young Lords Party is founded in Chicago. That's the Rainbow Coalition. Jackson even takes that energy. So like you said, '84 what was it? Harold Washington ran for mayor in
Right.
'83.
So
That's when Jackson runs for mayor. For office. Yeah.
Lou Palmer and others
Yes.
were like, it's time for a black mayor in Chicago.
That's right.
Then Congressman Harold Washington says, all right, y'all got to register X
Yeah,
number
you
of
get my
people,
voters and I'll run.
raise this much money.
That's right.
And was one more, then I'll run. He said, ain't none of that's going to happen. They came back, registered the number of people, raised the amount of money. He was like, damn, I told them I was going to run. If they did it, damn it, I got to run.
Conrad World used
So
to
he
tell that story.
runs.
That's right.
So he runs. Because also in Chicago, you had not only did you had those forces, you also had your Black Power movement.
Yes.
Yes. You had that going,
That's
Nation
right.
of Islam and Farrakhan.
That's right.
Then you had Dr. Conrad World. All of that all happened at the same time. So Washington runs, but now there's a problem. Because Reverend Jackson scared the hell out of white people. So they were scared that Reverend was going to tank Harold Washington's race. So they said, we got to get Reverend out the city. So they would tell Reverend, we just need you out of Chicago. So, like, folk have
No. This is the origin story of the Jackson
racist.
campaign of '84.
Right.
Keep going.
So it was run, Harold, run.
That's right.
Yes.
So while it's run, Harold, run, they sending Reverend all around damn country. Them came, well, shit, run, Jesse, run.
Right. But remember, Kennedy, Senator Kennedy, and what's the other one? Jimmy Carter's vice president, Mondale. Interfere in the Chicago election. One endorses Daley the Younger, the other one endorses Jane Byrne, and it pisses the black people off because it's like, wait a minute, we about to have a black mayor, and y'all need to stay out of the. Jesse and them put together a telegram with like 100 names, Coretta Scott King and all them, and like you said, Jesse then leaves the city registering voters because he said, I approached Andrew Young, will you run? He said, no, I approached Maynard Jackson. Will you run for? We need somebody to run at the national level because these white liberals in the Democratic Party are so imperious. They like, F you black people in Chicago. And then, like you said, that's the origin story. Jesse, I never wanted to run for president. I'm just like, y'all need to stay the hell out of our business. We need somebody on that level. Maynard Jackson said, I'm not running. Andrew Young said, I'm not running. People understand, Jesse Jackson was a servant.
And he doesn't run, and so Washington wins in '83.
Yes.
He announces the run in '84.
Yes.
We breaking all laws. They were raising money in churches.
Because they activists, they not politicians. That's right.
They were raising money at churches, passing the basket around.
That's right.
They were like, there are FEC rules to this. They didn't know who the hell was giving money.
Fuck your election commission. That's only FEC.
They didn't give it, and they were kind of like, all right, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, no question.
Like, we'll figure it out later. So people, Rebecca, really, who obviously the folks who were not live then or who haven't even read, understand, you had this massive movement in Chicago that now goes national.
That's right.
And black folk
That's right.
are hyped. I mean, there is church to church to church.
Like Melanie said,
city
we
to
was
city
fired.
to
We wanted to
city,
kill.
jam-packed.
Listen.
And this thing is building and
No
building.
question.
And the thing that was crazy is the black, I say, for lack of a better phrase, the black elites were not endorsing him.
That's right.
So you had, all of them were like, hey, listen, Mondale, Reverend was like, fine. But the people were with him, and the energy was insane. But most importantly, it was the agenda that he was speaking to. Nobody else is talking about apartheid.
But Roland, before
nobody else is talking about
healthcare. Let me just make this point because you mentioned the DLC. 84 caught him sleeping. 88, and we remember this because we was all headed to, I was in law school, we were headed to Atlanta to destroy the Democratic Party. Like you said, Jackson is coming there, and when he gave up all the delegates, we didn't understand the math, but your pop did. But we were discerned because we got it. We got it.
88 was still like how they felt in 64.
It's no question. Except we gonna take this. But here, what you raised though, Roland, is so very important. They decided at that point we would rather commit political suicide in this country than let these black people and these poor whites and these migrant workers and these coal miners capture one of the two parties. Remember, he had won Michigan.
Yep,
he's going to Illinois. That's in the books. Paul Simon drops out. These MFs, Biden, Clinton, they convinced Paul Simon to re-enter the race because he's the senator in Illinois to stop Jesse Jackson from winning Illinois. And as soon as it's over and Jackson doesn't win Illinois, Simon drops out of the race again. These white people destroyed the Democratic Party in 1988. You understand? And we're still dealing with the fallout of these damn soft white nationalists.
Rebecca, the reason all this we're laying out is so critically important is because folk have to understand how you got to present day.
Yes.
And all of this from 84 forward is how we got here.
That's right.
So Reverend Jesse Jackson is who people think Bernie Sanders is. Thank you. When we think, and I'm gonna walk through this.
Yeah, I want to hear
Now
that.
we know who Bernie is, but when you think of the credibility of Bernie, he's a populist. He's about economic justice. He's about racial justice. He's about bringing various classes together. Bernie gets that reputation, but the person that actually did those things was Reverend Jackson. When you talk about healthcare, universal healthcare, when you talk about some of his policies, especially around the AIDS epidemic in '88, and actually speaking about that, and calling that out on the floor. When you talk about the economic policies that he espoused, when you talk about having those cross coalitions where you have poor white people, you have Black elites who weren't quite there, but you had working class Black folks. People give that to Bernie Sanders when Bernie Sanders hasn't done anything to deserve that. That's why I say Jesse Jackson
Wasn't he Jackson's Rainbow Coalition campaign?
Yeah, he was working on the campaign.
Right.
Right.
So I don't think he would ever deny that.
Bernie has done not a damn thing, excuse my language, for racial economic justice. So when you say, I just have to push back on you on that, because Bernie, please, this is your classic white boy.
No, she's saying the same thing. She said Bernie didn't do the work.
Right. Bernie.
But she first said.
Okay. But my point is, she said, y'all agree, Bernie didn't do the work.
Right. So what I'm saying is, so I'm an elder millennial. So for those who didn't experience Jesse in the way many in this room experienced Jesse,
right,
we're told that Bernie is those things.
That's right.
But it's Jesse who are those things.
That's true.
And so I'm speaking to that millennial and that Gen Z audience because they heard all these things about Bernie Sanders. And what I'm saying is, who you think Bernie Sanders is actually who Jesse Jackson was.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so that's the statement that I want to say.
And that's who Paul Wellstone was before he died in a plane crash.
For sure. For sure.
And so that's what I think is important as we're talking about the policies. We could get into the machinations of the politics, especially in the inter-party politics. But I just want to be clear on the types of policies that he promoted.
Hold on. Wait. Hold up. I'm coming to everybody. I got you. But I do want to, because he's been holding since 6:30. Michael Neighbors is the president of the Evanston, North Shore, Illinois branch of NAACP. Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Michael, you're there. For folk who don't understand, obviously we're speaking from a national perspective. I lived in Chicago 6 years, but we're talking about a monumental figure. If you talk about Chicago politics in the last 50 years, it's the two dailies, and it's Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr.
No question about it. And thank you for having me. But I received a call this morning. Okay, I received a call this morning at about 5:45, and it was a local reporter telling me that Reverend Jesse had passed away. And of course, all day long in the Chicago area, we've had that same kind of talk. I've talked with folks from the UK. I've talked to reporters from around the country. And of course, that has happened with a ton of other folks as well. Reverend Otis Moss, Father Flagler, Roland, you've been here. So Jesse has left such an incredible mark on the Chicago area and the Metro Chicago area. I'm in Evanston. That it is almost impossible to describe his influence in this city. There is no question he was able to do so much. I've been enjoying the conversation that you've had with these amazing folks that are on your program right now. I have been influenced by Reverend Jesse Jackson since I accepted a call into ministry in high school many years ago. I recognize his importance in so many ways, Roland, but I think what is really wonderful for me as a minister and then as a part of the NAACP, Reverend Jackson was able to merge the heightened inspiration of the African-American religious experience with the emerging power of a youthful generation of the 60s and 70s. So in a whole lot of ways, he sounded like the old vanguard, like Dr. King and Reverend Shuttlesworth and Andrew Young and Ralph Abernathy, but he added some amazing flavor to that. He added the flavor of Marvin Gaye and the Temptations and Edwin Starr and Chicago's own Curtis Mayfield. So he was able to do some intersectionality, which was incredible. He was an intersectional scholar, an intersectional advocate for social justice, even before that term became popular in the academy. He was playing basketball with Marvin Gaye one day, and the next day he was dealing with senators and representatives in Washington, D.C. He was showing up in the park at somebody's family reunion, eating from the grill one day, and the next day he was sitting down with somebody to negotiate fair wages and employment opportunities with Fortune 500 companies. So he's been able to do all of that. And of course, we know about what he was able to do even beyond the terra firma of the United States by being an incredible chief negotiator. One of the things that we don't talk enough about Reverend Jackson, about him enough, is that he was a negotiator and mediator out of this world. He negotiated with Syrians for the release of Robert Goodman. He negotiated with Hezbollah for the release of Americans held during the TWA hijacking. He negotiated with Serbians for the release of 3 American service members. So he had all of that going on. And Roland, one of the things I want to share, which I think was incredible for me, when they asked me how Reverend Jackson might be remembered, along with Martin Luther King Jr., along with Malcolm X and some of the other greats in our African-American culture and history, I tried to take it a little bit further, and you have to forgive me for a Baptist imagination, but I said that that ancient Athens had Pericles, and Rome had Demosthenes, and London had Shakespeare, and Paris had Camus, and Boston had John Kennedy, and Addis Ababa had Haile Selassie, and Cape Town had Nelson Mandela, but Chicago, this windy city right here in the central part of the United States, had our very own Reverend Jesse Jackson. And that's how he's going to be remembered, not just for the local work that he did in Chicago, not just for the national work that he did for the United States, but for the work that he did throughout the world.
Cliff Albright, I dare say what Reverend Jesse Jackson was doing, he was doing Black Voters Matter before Black Voters Matter existed.
No, you're absolutely right. You know, that was the template. Let me just pick up where Reverend Neighbors left off, and then I'll talk about those photos there. You know, that's from 2021 when we were fighting for voting rights, and Jesse was still out there marching. And in fact, I'll tell you a quick funny story about that. We were doing a march from the Black Smithsonian to the White House, you know, calling on President Biden to do more for voting rights. And in the midst of the march, you know, Jesse pulls on me. I got the megaphone or whatever, and he pulls on me. And, you know, in his voice, you know, at that time, obviously, he was still, you know, having a challenging time getting sentences out. But he was telling me how to get the folks lined up correctly. Because there's a science to how you do a march. And he's like, you got to go 2 by 2, because when you go 2, then it stretches out the line and makes your numbers look, you know, like part of what you may actually have. And so he was schooling me literally in the midst of the march. But you know, I want to pick up where Reverend Neighbors left off, talking about, you know, his role on the international thing, because I was too young to vote for Jesse the first time he ran. Actually, both times he ran. I was 18 the second time, but my birthday was after the New York primary, so I couldn't vote for him in the primary either. But in '84, you know, the thing I remember most vividly, that what Reverend Neighbors was talking about, seeing him go and get hostages, you know, seeing this Black man on the world stage doing something that at that time, you know, the greatest superpower and all this stuff couldn't do. Like, you know, this was before I had learned the autobiography of Malcolm X. This is before I knew about, you know, W.B. Du Bois or Paul Robeson. This is before I knew about, you know, so many of our figures that had similarly been, you know, major actors on the world stage. You know, I knew about Dr. King, but that was history to this 14-year-old boy growing up in the Bronx at the time, right? But I saw with my own eyes this man go across the water and bring home hostages that folks thought could never be brought home, or that they would be lost or whatever. And so, and that shaped my thinking. I dare say to this day, you know, even thinking about like what what a young brother from the Bronx, can do on the world stage or on the national stage. And so that was my, real introduction to like the power that even I as an individual, could have. But your point about Jesse and Black Voters Matter before there was a Black Voters Matter, I love, what Professor Carr and the history lesson that y'all were just giving around the Gary Convention. I really believe, people will look back in Reverend Jackson's legacy and say, that he transformed the Democratic Party, or he got more Black folks mobilized. I think before all is said and done, that when the day comes when we have true independent political power, right? When we finally break this two-party system, that that some of the origins of that will go back to Jesse's run in '84, which, as Dr. Carr raised, is in turn an outgrowth of the Gary Convention, which was one of the major planks was about Black independent political power. Jesse said it in Gary, right? About we not beholden to Democrats or Republicans. The natural course of saying that Black voters matter and mobilizing millions of Black voters to engage in this process, the natural course of that is that we have independent power, right? And, we may have, we've gone down a path of like how we're the base of the Democratic Party, and that's all well and good. And we've been able to get some stuff done. But I think that what time will tell is that the real origins, or at least one of the early stages, if not the origins, of the future independent power, electoral power, political power that Black folks will have when this two-party system ceases to exist, I think that we'll be able to trace the origins, or again, at least the early stages of that, to Jesse's runs.
Indeed, indeed. Michael and Cliff, gentlemen, I'll ask you this, Michael, before we go. You talked about the religious piece. First of all, Reverend didn't get his papers till about 30 years later. A lot of folk went through seminary, but I think what a lot of people do not understand, we're going to be chatting with Cora Berry soon, the widow of Marion Berry. A lot of those folk, they left HBCUs. They left those places where they were trying to get their degrees to commit to the Black freedom movement. Reverend earned his reverend status in the fields, not in the seminary. And there are a lot of folk who have the paperwork, but they don't have the work.
Yeah. Absolutely, Roland. I think that's an important point. And, historically, Jesse left North Carolina and came to Chicago to attend Chicago Theological Seminary. And, he was just a few credits short before of his degree, his Master's of Divinity degree, before he made the decision to fully commit to the movement, which was an absolute wonderful decision. That institution awarded him the degree, as you said, 30 years later. But the real important point is that the work that he did was more valuable than anything that he would have learned in the classroom. And I'm not taking away from the importance of seminary. I went to seminary myself. I went to several of them, and I've got 2 kids now that are ministers as well, and one of them headed to a seminary. So I know the importance of it, but nothing is more important than being on the front lines and having a heart that is consistent not only with the gospel of Jesus, who said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to do what? Preach the gospel to the poor and set at liberty those who are oppressed. But the Old Testament prophet Amos, who comes along and says, let justice roll down like rivers and righteousness as an ever-flowing stream. So he had the whole kit and caboodle in terms of his Christian faith. And that was a very, very powerful piece that he was able to convey in a brand new way. What really impressed me, Roland, was the fact that he was able to merge the old way of doing church, the old way of preaching, with a new style. Jesse's style of preaching was not the kind of style that was going to have Aunt Jane jump up from the first row and run up and down the aisle shouting hallelujah. That was not his style of preaching. but his style of preaching was a style that motivated and inspired folks who were sitting in those pews to stand up, to roll up their shirt sleeves and say, we've got to go out in the streets and get something done. And that kind of preaching, I think, was what he was able to learn when he was consistently on the front lines, working for our people with regard to everything your guests have said already in terms of what he was able to do. So I think that religion played a major role in his life, but it was a different way of understanding the gospel at work, of understanding God at work in human history. It hadn't been done like that before from those folks that he walked with Dr. King. He did it in a different way. And to Dr. King's credit, he definitely took Reverend Jesse Jackson under his wings, you know. And I think that was an inspiration for Reverend King. And it certainly was a great opportunity for Jesse Jackson to learn about ministry on the front lines as well. Great question.
Cliff, final question for you. Barbara Arnwine talked about this here. Reverend was hardcore about the value of the vote. She said he saw it as currency, and nothing angered him more than black folks not being registered and not voting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's absolutely right. And you know, again, like that, you know, up until his last days of marching. And, you know, I think, you know, you talked about the legacy of Black Voters Matter. And I think that, you know, we very much find ourselves like in that mode, right? In that motif of, you know, really recognizing our power and trying to do our best, at least, to get everybody to recognize that we've got that power. You know, we say it all the time at Black Voters Matter. You know, we say, in fact, one of our bus themes one year was, we got power, right? Everything that we talk about when we talk about the power that we have is really, in some ways, you could say, an echo of Jesse telling everybody that I am somebody, you know, that you are somebody, you know, that you are worthy. You know, and so everything that we do at Black Voters Matter, I mean, we're obviously an amalgamation of a lot of the, you know, foot soldiers whose histories and shoulders we stand on, you know, but definitely, you know, in that sense, you know, around Reverend Jackson's passion about the power of the vote. Keep in mind, you know, as I'm sure others have pointed out, his first connection with Dr. King and SCLC was as a student, you know, hearing the call to come to Selma, and as a young student, getting, just like so many others did, deciding I'm gonna go to Selma. It wasn't there on Bloody Sunday, but like so many others heard the call after Bloody Sunday and then came to Selma to participate in that the ultimate Selma to Montgomery march. And so the vote was always just a passion of his, and that's really that's why that we were able to have the contact that we have. And if Latasha was here, she could tell you about, you know, some of her interactions with Reverend Jackson. He loved to hear her sing, you know, and so but a lot of that was rooted in the common passion around the vote and just to communicate, because that's what it's about, communicating to our communities how important it is. Even if you don't view it as the end-all, be-all, even if you view that we've got to have some other tools, and Reverend Jackson would obviously say that together because he cared about economic power, right? He cared about international, he cared about all these things, but that vote he recognized as being absolutely critical tool in the toolbox, and we take that same perspective at Black Voters Matter. It's not just about that vote, but it is a critical tool in the toolbox, especially in this moment that we are in right now.
Folks, the video y'all are seeing, that is when Reverend Jackson, turn the audio up, please. They were singing and dancing. We were in Texas with Bishop William Barber and the Poor People's Campaign, Repairs of the Breach. And again, Reverend's health was better then, obviously, but it was still difficult. But he wanted to be out there marching from there to Austin, Texas for voting rights. And so you see him there. Wide smile. This is where he was at home. He was most at home with some marching shoes on, fighting for the people. Let me thank Michael and Cliff Albright for joining us. Thank you so much. Michael, Cliff referenced Reverend Jackson, I Am Somebody, and he's known for that, but Reverend Jackson didn't write that poem. Eddie Glaude posted this on Twitter. It was Reverend William Holmes Borders, senior pastor at Wheat Street Baptist Church in Atlanta who actually wrote the poem, I Am Somebody. I am somebody. I may be poor, but I am somebody. I may be young, but I am somebody. I may be on welfare, but I am somebody. I may be small, but I am somebody. I may make a mistake, but I am somebody. My clothes are different. My face is different. My hair is different, but I am somebody. I am black, brown, white. I speak a different language, but I must be respected, protected, never rejected. I am God's child. I am somebody. Before we went to the interview there, Kelly, you were itching to say something?
Yes. First and foremost, I just wanted to pay my respects to the Jackson family and friends because I'm not coming from the lens of most of the people on this panel where they had a more personal experience with him. I wish I did. I got to meet him in 22 during Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation. There was a reception down at the wharf and he was there. Something that Rebecca said earlier about Jackson, Reverend Jackson being who we think Bernie Sanders is. I think we can apply that to a lot of white liberal politicians and talking heads who, you know, come from a lens of progressive and liberal ideology. I was looking at this abstract from 1985 from the Journal of Palestine Studies, where Jackson was interviewed, and the interviewer asked him, "Why did you choose in the 1984 election campaign to make the Middle East position you take the Middle East position you took when this position has traditionally been very risky?" And he answered, "It was a moral, theological position that all of us are God's children. All of us must be respected. We must measure human rights by one yardstick and terrorism by one yardstick. And if you do not have a position on the Middle East that is morally consistent, then your thinking as a human rights leader is jeopardized all around the world. American leaders who protest occupation all around the world, except on the West Bank, lose their credibility. And not only is it a bad position to take morally, it is also an impractical position. It costs to occupy people. Occupation is a state of violence which breeds counter-violence, and thus you have war. So not only is it a moral challenge, it is a practical challenge as well." And I think that is beyond profound because we are exactly where he said we would be 40 years later. And the reason why I was itching is because I have another engagement. I'm so sorry. But I could not... I had to be here to say that blurb. I had to be here to pay my respects and to just show just how forward thinking this man was, just how revolutionary this man was. And someone mentioned how he was basically a lawyer. As a lawyer, I personally believe that a reverend is the most lawyerly person beside a lawyer that you can get, especially in the Black community, because reverends historically represented the people. They advocated on behalf of the people, not just politically, but spiritually. They are the intercessor. They are the advocate for God. And Reverend Jackson was that globally for all people. So may he rest in peace. I know I could go on, but just may he rest in peace. And I just had to get that off my chest because everybody's talking about Middle East conflict, and no one wants to talk about the Black aspect of it and how Black Americans have pushed these initiatives forward and have been behind Palestinians and been behind, you know, the right side of history.
I mean,
not just
Spike Lee is catching hell because he wore to the NBA All-Star game.
Right.
And people acting a fool. It wasn't new.
Like none of it is new, and I think Reverend Jackson's legacy will be that none of this is new.
Well, in fact, when he went to Syria, Mr. Farrakhan was a part of the delegation, and the Syrians were absolutely shocked with the perfect Arabic that Minister Farrakhan spoke. So, and Reverend Jackson brought a group of Black religious leaders with him, and so again, getting Goodman out, the white folks couldn't do it. The White House couldn't do it. But it was this Black religious delegation that was able to do it because they also understood the pain and suffering that black folks experience in the United States.
Syria or
Right.
Palestine. It was Cuba.
Venezuela.
It was Venezuela.
Cuba, yeah.
It was South Africa.
I think he also, was it Yugoslavia? There were some prisoners. He got them as well.
I mean,
and trust me, if you were white and you were hostage, you were happy to see Rev show up.
Kelly, one of the things
You know you were going home.
really important. One of the things that Kelly said that's really important to put Reverend in context, you talked about the moral imperative, but there's also an economic imperative here. Yes. What is this war in the Middle East costing us? What is it costing us in terms of lives? And whose lives? Quite frankly, disproportionately, black lives. And Sin, you lifted up the moral piece of it, but we also have to talk about the economic underpinning, because we live in a predatory capitalist society where basically somebody is making money off of this.
I mean, I'd be happy to send you the abstract. I mean, he talks about it all.
Right.
He talks about it all, but this blurb was just from what I heard in this conversation. It was just a holistic answer to what we're seeing today.
Absolutely. All right, there you got to go. We appreciate it. Thanks a bunch.
I look
Mustafa,
forward to
Kelly
you
talked
sending me
about. Kelly talked about.
Do you have my email?
Bringing those issues up. Oh, hey, y'all can text each other. We live. Shh. Your mic's still on.
See,
Mustafa, Kelly brought that issue up. The environmental justice movement started in North Carolina. First of all, folks, the reason I'm wearing the A&T shirt, Reverend Jackson, of course, played quarterback at North Carolina A&T, but people forget, he actually went to the University of Illinois on a scholarship, left after 1 year and transferred to North Carolina A&T.
And he wanted to go to Bennett.
Huh?
And he kept telling me he wanted to come to Bennett. I mean, he came.
I bet he
and he
did.
wanted to attend Bennett College.
We know. We know Rev loves sisters.
Exactly. Bennett Bells.
That's why he always smiled when your sister showed up. Mustafa, the environmental justice movement starts in North Carolina. And again, when we talk about issues, no candidate was talking about environmental justice before Rev did it in 84 and 88.
Yeah, I mean, Rev was transformational. I always call him, Muhammad Ali was the people's champ, he was the other people's champ, because he actually showed up in the places, like you did, where nobody ever goes. So Warren County, North Carolina, of course, is the flashpoint for the environmental justice movement, when we had the phrase environmental racism. And, you know, Rev showed up at the first People of Color Summit in 1991. I was a student, and when he walked into the room, the energy changed. He was transformational. He was transformational because he dealt with the impacts that were happening inside of our communities, but he also didn't neglect the lower wealth white communities who were also being impacted. And I think that's the beauty of him, as I listen to folks, is that he was able to weave together all these different sets of people and issues that were going on. He never stepped away from what was happening in our communities, but he made sure to help people to understand that people's lives were being shortened, that there were economic impacts that were happening because of toxic pollution, all these different dynamics that were going on. So as a young man of color, who was always also looking for other men of color who came from rural backgrounds, you know, he was from down south, then it actually helped me to have an understanding that I could also do similar things. And I'll always be thankful to him all the times that we've had conversations. When he would come when I was working for Conyers, and he would come into the office and have conversations. And I just appreciate it, because one of the things that I cannot support is theoretical activism. And I see so many folks.
Well, I call them parking lot militants.
That is what it is. You know, you got these people who talk about it. You never see them at marches.
Right.
You never see them in people's back porches, you know, in their kitchens, having conversations about what needs to happen. And Rev was different, right? He actually understood that if you are serious about this work, then you got to show up. And I'll always appreciate him for the words that he shared with me.
Randy, Lauren, Avis, I'm coming to y'all. Trust me, I am. But joining us right now is Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles, former congresswoman from California. Mayor Bass, glad to have you here. Just share with us your initial reflections. Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. passed away early this morning, at the age of 84. And as I said earlier, when I had Congresswoman Yvette Clark and Congresswoman Maxine Waters, you could not be a member of the CBC, and you did not, Reverend Jackson did not have you on speed dial.
That is oh so true. But let me just say that, you know, my heart goes out to him and his family. But over these last few years, we all watched him suffer. We all watched him as his disease progressed, and it was very painful to all of us. But he had so much influence and impact in my life years before I ever met him as a young activist. Seeing him, be the leader in the civil rights movement with Operation Push and all that he was doing. And then, of course, the Rainbow Coalition and the 1984 and 88 presidential election. I'm here at City Hall, and I have such a vivid memory of this massive rally out here in 84, where he was in the middle of his presidential campaign. And then, of course, 88. And during those years, I was very, very involved in the anti-apartheid movement, as was he. And listening to some of your speakers, what was so brilliant about the Reverend was the way he was able to connect the international, the national, the local, all of it, and help our community understand their interconnection with all of these issues. And then, of course, when I had the honor of chairing the, number one, being a member of Congress, but two, chairing the Congressional Black Caucus and working with him, I think one of my last memories was when we did the state of emergency, and it was actually in 2019. And I think the next day, everything shut down with COVID. And Rev showed up. We weren't expecting him to be there. And you know how that is. And you were going to give the mic to the Rev, and he spoke. But, remembering him, rescuing hostages and going over and inserting himself in international policies, and just the standards that he set for my generation and future generations to come, to understand what it means to devote your life to fighting for social and economic justice. And that has to be your values 24/7, not 9 to 5. And then you're a different person after 5 o'clock, but it has to be what is in your DNA. And I think it's just really incumbent upon us for this next generation to understand who Jesse Jackson was, because I'm concerned that our future generations are not that locked into history. And but it's important to all of us sitting in the room, and I wish I was in the room with you because I see many of my friends, that we carry on his message and his work.
Well, you're absolutely right, and the thing is, for somebody who was international, who was national, he really also was as micro as you could get. He would go into cities and would converse about what was happening in that city, in these neighborhoods, how folks were impacted, and there were mayors and others who were always mesmerized, like, how in the hell does this man know what's going on here? Because that's how connected he was. And what he would do is, with Reverend James Meeks of Salem Baptist Church in Chicago, longtime chair, Rainbow Push Board, said what they would do is they would be flying somewhere and they would be on the plane, and Reverend would literally recite by name, we're going to this city, call this preacher, this preacher, this preacher, this preacher, this preacher, and he would literally do it by city. And if they were on a 10-city tour, off the top of his head, he would literally just name. And so he was always plugged in with what was happening in a place because of the church connection.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And and I think that he instilled in a generation of ministers how to be true to the values and the spirit of fighting for justice. And it's great to be, very clear and strong in the pulpit, but outside of the pulpit, into the streets, leading the communities is key. And he certainly had a very massive influence on ministers here in the Los Angeles area.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Long Victoria Burke, I'm going to go back to that point when I talk about connection. It was a big deal when Reverend Jackson showed up. It wasn't, I mean, when he came to someone's house, when he came to a community, wherever he went, cameras followed. And he understood what I call being present and having presence. First of all, look, he was a college quarterback. Reverend Jackson was a big man.
I know.
I mean, like, people don't understand. Reverend Jackson was a big man.
Yep.
And when he moved, I mean, look, he walked into rooms, air left the room. And I'll never forget, we were at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention. This is 1991. And we were at the Century Plaza. And that was the first time I actually met him. And what was very interesting about it, so I'm standing, I'm watching this, and Reverend didn't do kitchens. Reverend didn't do Allie's kitchen into the room. Reverend understood why you have to touch the people. He came through the front door. So I'm watching this, and I'm watching him walk in, and he is just being deluged by people. They want photos and autographs.
Yeah.
And folk don't get all trippy and all whatever. But I'm sitting here watching this like the woman with the blood problem and Jesus walking through the crowd, how everybody had something. I got this issue, I got this issue, got this issue. And if you work with Reverend Jackson, your whole job was to be handed stuff, get folk information, and that was a big, he was always accessible. And I used to do this thing on WVON radio. I would throw out the question. I said, if you ever got in trouble, who would you call? People called and they say, I called Mr. Farrakhan. I said, you can't reach him. They say, I called Johnny Cochran. I'm like, you can't reach him. And they would do all these names, and I would tell them, I said, you literally were one person removed from reaching Reverend Jackson.
Right.
If you call Rainbow Push, they will put you through the office, and it would be either his late Chief of Staff, John Mitchell, or it would be one of the secretaries. You were one person removed.
Yeah.
And Allison Payne, longtime anchor, now deceased anchor, WGN, they were in Israel. And something happened in Israel and they got detained. She didn't call the State Department. She didn't call the White House. She called Reverend Jackson. And within an hour, Reverend is on the phone with the leadership in Israel. And that issue got resolved. So I said to people, I said, if I ever get my ass in trouble anywhere in the world, I said, the first damn the White House, damn, even when Obama was there, I'm gonna call Reverend Jackson first before anybody else get called.
Yeah, he's really accessible. I've met him several times. I was too young to vote for him. When Cliff said that, I really related to that. But I can remember watching him like everybody else and thinking, yeah, that can happen. A black person can get elected president of the United States. He had, in 1988, beaten a bunch of people, Richard Gephardt, all those folks that he beat.
He beat, Dick Gephardt was a House majority leader.
Right.
He beat Senator Joe Biden.
Right.
He beat Senator Paul Simon.
Right.
He cleaned these were all so major people.
David Duke was low on the list down there. Remember, he ran and he got like 400 votes, whatever. Nobody cared. Nobody paid any attention to that.
I wrote a piece called Big
But-
Black and the Seven Dulls.
Pretty much.
Dull white men.
But the thing that I remember most is when I was at ABC News, I was working for Cokie Roberts. I was probably in my first year there. It was my first real job in journalism. And Reverend Jackson shows up on the scene and puts a bunch of pressure on ABC to diversify not only the producers, but the talking heads, all of which were white at that time. It was the 90s, you know. And I was working with Alelia Bundles, who was the great of Madam C.J. Walker. She was a producer there. She'd been a producer at NBC, and then she was a producer at ABC. She was the bureau chief, deputy bureau chief at ABC, actually, when I was there. At any rate, Reverend Jackson shows up, puts a bunch of pressure on the networks, not just ABC, but NBC and CBS.
Yeah.
You need to put more black people on. And then we actually did a thing within ABC of producing names of black talking heads for the producers. That all happened because of Jesse Jackson's pressure. So when you say like entering a room, I mean, he really entered that situation and changed it.
And Reverend would show up without an appointment.
Right, oh, absolutely.
Let's be real clear. There'd be folks like, oh shit, who outside? Reverend Jackson. No appointment, he ain't call ahead, and he gonna meet with the president or the CEO of a company.
It's really funny too to talk about just a little bit poverty, the poverty issue. Yes. I mean, I think Reverend Barber's the only one, after John Lewis's death, and Reverend Barber, the only person who's talking about multiracial coalitions, rainbow coalitions, black and white, and
what
poverty.
He called fusion politics.
Exactly. Was Reverend Jackson. And even in this day, we don't have too much of that, other than AOC and a few others. But the same problems that he has is what Jasmine Crockett is dealing with right now, right? You get somebody who's a really good speaker, a really vibrant personality, all that. white Democrats get afraid, they get worried. And so you're seeing the same shadow of that.
Avis, again, folk who did not live through it, who didn't really fully understand it. Reverend Jackson was this massive pop culture figure.
Yes.
He was on Sesame Street.
Yes.
SNL numerous times. A Different World. He was doing shows in music. He was the black eulogist.
Oh, no question.
The eulogy at Jackie Robinson's funeral. Walter Payton's son posted on social media what happened when they were getting in the car. Rosa Parks' funeral as well. They're tight with Aretha Franklin. Aretha Franklin, of course, I told us so. There was a mosque, I think it was a Nation of Islam mosque in New Jersey that burned down. And she's talking to Farrakhan, and she says, have you heard from Jesse? And Farrakhan says, no, I have not. She says, you will tomorrow. And then she calls, Reverend Jackson called Farrakhan the next day. And people talk about Essence Festival being the largest festival in the country. What folks don't realize, these expos we have, that's not an Operation Breadbasket. The expos in Chicago would have 800,000 people, twice the size of Essence. If you read Martin Depp's book on Operation Breadbasket, Jackson 5 was there. One of their first performances with Reverend Jackson. Aretha Franklin, Bill Cosby. If you were a black entertainer, a black singer, actor, whatever, you knew exactly who he was. And so this massive figure, even in pop culture.
Absolutely. And that, to me, is one of the things that made him so unique. Because he was this person that intersected all of these different worlds, right? The entertainment industry, politics, obviously, religion, just the grassroots of our community. He was someone who's respected in each and every one of those spaces. And not only, I think he was respected in those spaces because he would speak truth to power. Yeah. He would say those things that needed to be said that were not popular in some specific areas, in the highest realms of power in this nation. He would say what needed to be said. He would do what was needed to be done. And I find it very inspirational, especially right now. Because we are living in a moment in which silence is our greatest enemy. And so many people who have a platform are silent in this moment, where we need courage, where we need bravery, where we need people who are willing to do what needs to be done and say what needs to be said, in spite of the fear that may in fact be permeating the land. He is the type of human that would do that in every circumstance, whether or not it was popular. And it is his courage that needs to inspire a new wave of bold leadership that, frankly, is missing in this moment, that we need greatly in this moment.
Randy, after Obama's election, a lot of people abandoned Reverend Jackson. People were angry with comments that he made. They were upset by that. And there were a lot of folks who wouldn't put him on television and radio. I wasn't one of those folks. 2015, when, to understanding again, and again, this is 2015, Reverend Jackson began to go to Silicon Valley. So his whole thing wasn't just automotive companies. He began to articulate, he saw what was happening with the impact of Silicon Valley. And what he did was with Breadbasket, what they did was they would buy stock in the company, would buy a few shares, which gave them an opportunity to speak at the shareholders meetings. And one of the things, and how he understood the intersection of money and power in politics. He also understood that Verizon would do $50 billion bond deals. And Reverend Jackson would say, where are the black accounting firms? Where are the black bond companies? So that was Verizon, that was AT&T, there was all those companies. And so I would have him on my TV One show. It was like almost every week talking about what's happening in Silicon Valley. He was going after Facebook. He was going after Google. He was calling out, well, he was going after Apple. In fact, Tim Cook got pissed off because I put a tweet out. Reverend Jackson had forced him on their data, and Tim Cook put a tweet out, and I got called by somebody there, said Tim Cook was going off. Who is this Roland Martin? And the sister said, Tim, you don't want to go there. Tim, you want to leave that brother alone. And then the person called me and said, "No, Roland, we should call him for your tweet." I said, "No, it got his attention." So I understood that. So Reverend was checking them on the diversity numbers.
Tell me about
And again, a lot of black media people would not even put him on the shows. And so here he was on the outskirts here in D.C. of the Obama administration. That's a whole other story. But he was putting the focus, and the thing was, he was the one who said, y'all keep talking about STEM. He said, hold up. He said, more than 40%, he said nearly only 40% of the jobs are dealing with STEM. He said 60% of y'all jobs in Silicon Valley ain't STEM. Right. See, so they were trying to say, oh, well, they're not engineers. They're not scientists. He's like, no. What about all these jobs? And then he went down. He's like, hold up. Y'all got PR firms. He listed the whole list. That's where the pressure began to diversify Silicon Valley. That was Reverend Jackson.
Right. You know, we talked about how he was ahead of his time, and you know, DEI is my jam. He was the DEI person. Yeah. He was always advocating for marginalized groups. And what people, I think, forget is that back in 1996, he was the one who worked with Texaco and says, you're paying black people 60% less than you're paying white people.
Now, hold up. You mentioned Texaco. So what happened was there was a audio tape that came out, racist tape.
Racist.
I had to remind everybody who kept saying that Target was the first major black boycott since Selma, since Montgomery. I was like, what the hell y'all talking about? I said that was Texaco and that was Denny's.
Right.
And Reverend was right there. And corporate America was like, oh shit, here come Reverend Jackson. People literally have no idea
and that's what I
fear that he put into white CEOs.
But it was DEI. What's hot now? He was talking about the diversity. He was talking about the inclusion. He was talking about, are you paying people fairly?
And the money.
And that's what I'm saying. Are you paying people fairly? And made it public. And then he did move, and he carried on. He was still dealing with Target up until his last final day. So he continued that fight. But in between there, the media, as you said, he was the one who got so many black reporters in. He said, I'm not going to speak. You're not going to have any access to us unless we're the black reporters. So again, he's looking at diversity. And then you go to Silicon Valley to take on those giants and say, where's your EEO-1 report? Because they're not even letting them out. They weren't releasing them. Let us know how many people that you have that you're hiring. And not just let us know who you're hiring, how much are they getting paid, and where are their ranks. I want to know your boards. I want to know your C-suite. I want to know all this information. He was responsible for that. And like I said, and was still talking about Target. So, you know, of course, DEI being my jam, you cannot talk about DEI, you cannot talk about inclusion without talking about Jesse Jackson, and he's been doing it since the beginning.
April 3rd, 1968. Now, y'all have it ready? I asked y'all for it 30 minutes ago. April 3rd, 1968, MLK's last sermon, Mason Temple in Memphis. It's a 43-minute, 16-second speech. In that speech, and some of y'all keep telling y'all only heard the mountaintop part the last 2 minutes. Damn it, go listen to the rest of the 41 minutes of the speech. That sermon, MLK is specifically saying to black folks, how do we create change? How do we use our economic power? In the sermon, he says, we don't have to throw a single Molotov cocktail. We ain't got to yell or curse. He said, all we got to do is practice economic withdrawal. And when he says that, then there's a point there. Do y'all have it queued up? Okay, but y'all should have had this ready when I asked for it 30 minutes ago. In that sermon, MLK references Reverend Jackson. At one point, he literally says, Jesse, what did you call it? And Reverend Jackson said, redistribute the pain. And King says, the sanitation workers are the ones feeling the pain. We now must redistribute the pain. And then he begins to name check companies that they need to stop doing business with. In Martin Depp's book, Operation Breadbasket, he talks about what then happens when black folk then do that. So Dr. King goes to Chicago. They had helped drive revenue because when they targeted companies, not only do they ask them to work with black-owned companies, hire black folks in senior-level jobs, entry-level jobs, but they also required them to put money in black banks. So Dr. King says, they come to town and said, Jesse, let's go meet with these two black banks to see if we can get a loan to make SCLC payroll. Reverend Jackson says, Doc, let's stop by over here first. He says, Jesse, I don't have time to do that. We need to go meet with these bankers. He said, Doc, trust me, let's stop by this house first. And so there's a group of black businessmen who are assembled at this house. And they walk into the house and they're meeting. And after all the niceties and pleasantries, these black businessmen pull out an envelope and hand to Dr. King. It was literally, I think, for 3 or 6 months, it was the payroll for SCLC. Depp writes that Dr. King just starts crying, saying that he had never experienced that during the movement. It was the pressure that they put on companies to invest money in black banks, and the pressure they put on companies to put black products on the shelves that then allowed for those black businessmen to be able to say, we can now fund the movement. I can tell you, I saw with my own eyes. John Rogers, Aerial Capital Management. When I worked in Chicago, I was there 6 years. I would go to Rainbow Push every Saturday. John Rogers would personally show up with his donation. And one day he had to leave early, and he said, let Reverend know I was here and make sure he gets this. Why am I saying that? A lot of people, and I've heard all y'all for years, a lot of people, you grifting, you selling out. But let me be real clear. What happened was a lot of black folks made lots of money from the activism of civil rights folk. But the same black folk didn't write checks back to fund the movement. And so when people were complaining about, well, Reverend, other groups went in and they would sit here and they would get donations for the organization, a lot of it was because a lot of black business folk got paid but did not then give back. Now, I ain't gonna name the company or name the president because some of y'all gonna have y'all hurt feelings. But there was a black company that was gonna lose a major contract. The black company called a certain politician. They said, we can't help you. And this black company then called Reverend Jackson. I got the story not only from the owner, but I got it from 2 other people, so 3 different sources. And the black company, the black owner went to Reverend Jackson and said, Reverend, if we lose this contract, we are out of business. That was a Friday. Reverend Jackson calls the CEO of the company and says, I'm gonna meet you at your office at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The company owner buys Reverend Jackson's ticket and another person's ticket, and they fly to the meeting. That company never lost the contract. This is a major black-owned company. It's still in existence because Reverend picked that phone up. And so the problem that so many of us have made is we want civil rights folk to fight on our behalf, well, then we don't want to fund the movement. And that has been the case for so long. Understand, Reverend Jackson has said this, Reverend Sharpton has said this, ain't no 401ks for civil rights activists. And so the mistake that black people make is we want black lawyers, black civil rights activists, black journalists, black media, fighting for them to get opportunities, but do they then cut a check back to those folk who help you get your contract? That's a problem a lot of us still have. They have it queued up. This is Dr. King, April 3rd, 68.
Our agenda calls for withdrawing economic support from you. And so as a result of this, we're asking you tonight to go out and tell your neighbors not to buy Coca-Cola in Memphis. Go by and tell them not to buy Seal Test milk. Tell them not to buy, what is the other bread? Wonder Bread. And what is the other bread, come to Jesse? Tell them not to buy Hart's bread. As Jesse Jackson has said, up to now, only the garbage men have been feeling pain. Now we must kind of redistribute the pain. We are choosing these companies because they haven't been fair in their hiring policies. And we are choosing them because they can begin the process of saying they are going to support the needs and the rights of these men who are on strike. And then they can move on downtown and tell Mayor Loeb to do what is right. And not only that, we've got to strengthen black institutions.
Folks, that is a sermon you definitely want to hear. Earlier today, Corbear sent me this video. This was a video Rainbow Push sent. That's the wrong video y'all got queued up. That ain't it. Sent me a video. Well, fine, don't worry about it. I'll do it myself. That I think you really want to check out while we're getting that queued up. Cora joins us right now. Very much an activist herself, not just simply was married to Marion Barry, former mayor of Washington, D.C. Cora, I really wish I saw a lot of stuff on social media. A lot of people were pissing me off who had no understanding of any history whatsoever. And I think, unfortunately, part of that is a person gets older and they sort of retreat from public life. Folk forget what they did. And then we get enamored with who comes on new. Just like politically, folk might think that Obama changed the whole world. But again, if Reverend Jackson don't change the rules, there ain't no Obama. There is no Reverend Sharpton without a Reverend Jackson. And we can go on and on and on. But the sheer force of this man, words literally cannot describe.
Which one?
Reverend Jackson.
Okay. Marion was in there too.
I got you.
Well, I was smiling. Rev would be very pleased. His legacy is intact.
Just hold mic up a little bit more. There we go.
His legacy is intact. They're talking about him in classrooms. They'll write about him in books. Mission accomplished. We've learned a lesson. He is enshrined in the body politic of what we do going forward. And Marion would be smiling. They were brothers. I met Reverend Jackson in 1976. Some of you weren't even born. And knew him as a very amazing, complicated person. All of these stories you tell and more. I mean, he was connected in all of the genres, and one of them was Hollywood and Motown, and one of his very dear friends was Uric Abner, who was a family member of mine, and we were all up in the Hollywood Hills one night, 50 years ago. This really happened. Started at 11 o'clock, some kind of way, Jesse was the topic. He was the topic at 5 o'clock in the morning. That actually happened. And that's when I realized that he just, you know, he was in charge. And so he was a very special human being. And what I loved the most about him was that he never didn't have time to sow into young people. If you know me, you know I started something Southeast Tennessee Learning Center. My whole life has been young people. He went all over the country, going to schools with that chant, telling them, for your life, you got to feel good about yourself. And he used to tell me, it starts on the inside, so we got to keep connected with the young people. So while he was closing down people, and, you know, my brother had a problem, a handicapped black guy, didn't know who he was. The people in the store grabbed him, almost killed him. Well, they killed him. My brother walking back and forth, a protest of my brother Bishop Masters, just how Rev operates, to your point, back and forth, him 5, 6 people, sometimes him by himself, about 2, 3 weeks. I said, well, what's happening? Well, we want them to do this, we want them to do that. I said, well, call Jesse. And he said, Jesse, yeah. I said, yeah, call Jesse. Long story short, I don't know what Jesse got out of it, but everything they want, they got the store flipped just like that. They started hiring people, they paid the family, they did all of that. So I'm just saying that.
You're like, y'all walking for 3 weeks, y'all just could have called Red.
It wasn't even a lot, it was just the name. Oh, we don't even want that smoke, let's move on.
So you're talking about students. So brother told me this, one of the protests at Howard University.
Blackburn takeover.
And
this is the most recent one.
that was one of them, and how that one Reverend stepped in.
Yeah.
But that was a brother who was a student at Howard University. Something happened where he got arrested, and it was some nonsense. He got arrested, and so he didn't know. So it was a brother who he knew, who was a body man for Reverend Jackson. So he calls him. He's like, "Doc, let me call you back." Then all of a sudden, so he's sitting in jail. And next thing he knows, he hears his name being called, and he comes out, and all of a sudden, Reverend is there, and he had never met Reverend. Reverend didn't know this dude. All he knew was a student at Howard University. The rest happened in Maryland. Reverend happened to be in D.C. And heard about it. I told y'all one person removed. Heard about it. Shows up. Got him out. And then later, he met him. Reverend wasn't there. He sent his people there. Later met him. Reverend like, oh, you the guy. Reverend didn't know this dude. But somebody said, Reverend, this young student at Howard needs some help.
Right.
He got arrested. It was all jacked up. Wow. Reverend got it done. And that there are thousands of those stories.
Yes. That's the whole point. But he and Marion, they were compadres. This you're about to cue up.
Y'all have it? Okay, it's down. All right. Y'all keep going. I'm going to play
what
this
he's
damn
going to
thing
talk
myself.
about in there just very quickly, when a lot of the stories about him running, I always say the story is the backstory. So the backstory of all this goodness it wasn't always roses. And he wanted to run and he wasn't being met, and he'll tell you that with his own words. With resistance from, and he named mayors. I didn't name them, he named them. And then he said he got in, he called Marion and Marion, and they said, well, they said it ain't the right time, we're gonna make it the right time. And he wanted to make an announcement of running for president. So what my husband did, he's gonna let anybody do nothing to him now. Gave liberal leave to the DC government workers for 3 hours.
Wow.
They flooded the convention center. And Jesse had the biggest kickoff, and everybody, look at all the people. But it was all the people. It was just our people.
Right. Smart. Right.
Yeah, and I can tell you a whole lot of stuff they did for that run. So at the end of the day, when it was time for him to be at the convention, and there was a lot of controversy back and forth about who was going to nominate him, and at some point he came in the room, this is what I'm told, and said, what's going on? They said, oh, they're Rev, the catcher, blah, 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 we want to nominate, we trying to decide. He said, no, my own boy gonna nominate me. He got me here, he gonna nominate me. And that's when Marion got up there and nominated him and called his name 400 times. Jesse Louis Jackson. 40 times, until after a while, the whole place was doing it. That was how they used to roll back there. We all read about it. That's real time stuff.
This is the video you're talking about here. Check it out.
I love Marion Barry. Marion Barry means our struggle. Person out of the desert. Many of us are deserts. We went to somebody else. Marion, he's been in Mississippi. Depths of deprivation where thousands of blacks were lynched. Marion left there running, period, demonstrating, fighting back, never gave up the struggle. I speak on behalf of the Jackson family, Rainbow family. We're all indebted to Marion. Marion, first for our struggle. He gave more than he got out. I want to first my thanks to Marion Barry. What he meant to me. We were talking about the election run for president. Yeah. And the idea was kicked around. Children made a move. Marion stepped up. She was the second to run. Reverend Dutz ran in 1848. He was first to run. She was saying I was served. But I kept into a different meeting. See, this day's time schedule. And the mayor said, I'll send us a plate. I'll give a building money and crowds. 5,000 people in the arena today. Mayor announced my running. That's some of the first vows. Just tasted me up for the first time. Didn't do it. Going home, Detroit. We grew up in Philadelphia. Drew Bond, John Lewis, and Andy Young. Said time is not quite yet. Man Jackson said time is now. First son said time is now. We lived that pact with Marion Barrett, said time is now. Go for it. So I don't know, so we took it, we ran with it. Black Power Surfer was against us. On 3.5 million new votes. And then 88 for another 4.5 million. 8 million votes in those two campaigns. And the significance of that is that we chose not to be a third party to enhance the one we have, make more black Congress people, more black legislators, more black mayors, and brown mayors, with a rainbow coalition. First, my thanks to Mary. You mean so much to me, my brother. God bless you. This sweet is the least we can do for Mary. We'll have an awful lot. God bless you, Mary. Keep up alive.
Powerful tribute there. One of the folks who also knew him quite well, I think he should be introduced as if God had a voice, he would have the voice of Reverend Otis Moss Jr. And Reverend Moss, are you there? Reverend Moss, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I am.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, saddened, but filled with memories and appreciation and thanksgiving for the life and the friendship of Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Just share with us, your memories go back, just how impactful he was for our people, for this country, and for this world.
Let me go back quickly to 1967, when Dr. King called a meeting to do a nationwide experience with Operation Breadbasket. And in that meeting in Chicago, on the University of Chicago campus, Dr. King announced that he was appointing the Reverend Jesse Jackson National Director of Operation Breadbasket. It was an exciting moment, although there were some who were not totally in concert. But that did not matter. The Reverend Jackson picked up the mantle of responsibility and carried it on. But guess what? Even before that, when Reverend Jackson was what we might call a field worker, he came into SCLC at the high salary of $35 a week and gave his all as a student in seminary. Gave unbelievable leadership in his early 20s. And that kind of dedication, energy, and willingness to go to work as a full-time student and also as a full-time staff member of SCLC, which led to the appointment by Dr. King of Reverend Jackson as National Director of Operation Breadbasket. And Reverend Jackson went forth and made Breadbasket a truly national program. And when he moved to People United to Serve Humanity, he carried the movement internationally. We sat together in negotiations with major corporations and opening doors. And I venture to say that there are many people making great salaries and holding great positions today because of his leadership who may not even know how they got to how they received those positions. Sacrifice, struggle, danger, creativity, and much, much more. When the Reverend Jackson decided to make a run for the presidency, Richard Hatcher was chair of the board. They both stepped down for a moment, and I became chair of the board during that first run for the nomination of the presidency of the United States of America. That opened doors and literally reformed, and some might say transformed, the Democratic Party in terms of the DNC. His second run in '88 opened doors that were essentially, in the minds of many, unbelievable. I would venture to say that the Democratic Party and politics in America have not been the same since the two runs that Jesse Jackson made for the presidency of the United States. I repeat, the whole DNC became a different organization with much more inclusive participation following the candidacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson. And even down to this very hour, our political history, our history period, has not been the same. Of all of the thousands of other things Reverend Jackson accomplished, those two runs for the nomination for the presidency of the United States changed the Democratic Party, changed the political landscape in America. And even with all the setbacks we are experiencing now, because of him, it will never be the same.
Reverend Otis Moss Jr., sir, it's always great to hear you and see you. Looking good, and I appreciate it, Frat.
Thank you.
At
the bottom of our hearts.
I appreciate it, my brother. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Jeff Johnson joins us right now. Jeff in Portland, and Jeff, just you've known Reverend for years. He was one thing he understood was media, and if you were in the media and you were black, trust me, he had your number. Just share your thoughts and reflections on the past of this giant today.
One is so incredible being a Clevelander coming after a great Clevelander and Reverend Moss. how much I learned from him being young in that city. And I think that for me is what's interesting. I mean, I've heard several people talk about how Jesse showed up with young people. And I also remember a lot of young leaders feel like Jesse stood in the way. And I remember very clearly being the national youth director of the NAACP, and we were in Florida during immediately following the election, where we were trying to make sense of what had happened in that state. And People for the American Way and the NAACP had sponsored an event, and Reverend was speaking, and I was backstage. You know, as a young person in those places you hadn't necessarily deserved to be in yet, but you were there. And it was myself, Ralph Neese, who was the head of People for the American Way, Kwesi Mfume, who at the time was president and CEO of the NAACP, and Reverend Jackson. And Mr. Mfume had introduced me to Reverend Jackson as his youth leader. And in the midst of that, Mr. Mfume had to walk away, and I started to say something to Rev, and he looks at me like, "Why are you talking to me?" and walks away. And so the second time I see him, I said, "Reverend Jackson, remember, Kwesi Mfume introduced me, and I started talking, and he literally, Roland, looked at me and was like, "I don't know why you keep thinking I'm supposed to talk to you." and so maybe a year later, the Youth and College Division had done some real work mobilizing some young people around several issues. And I saw Reverend Jackson, and I wasn't sure whether I was going to speak or not. And he actually put his hand on my shoulder as he was passing by me. And he was like, "I see that work y'all doing." And it was such a time, I think, as a young leader to recognize that the position and the title was never enough. And Rev came up at a time where you were risking your life, where you were risking your livelihood, where you had friends who had either been killed or were political prisoners. And he wanted us to be sure as young leaders that we didn't take for granted the positions that we had as young people, that in some cases we didn't have to put as much on the line as they had to. And I think what was most important for me is on the other end of that, he always gave me his time. And so it wasn't, you know, some of you talked about who do you call when you're in trouble. Rev was who I would call sometimes when I just wanted to think through something. I mean, people talk about his charisma and his ability to move and the fact that there was no room, that he was a stranger, but people don't always talk about the depth of his intellect. Even in these last years, man, there would be one day you talk to Rev and he wouldn't be there at all. And then you talk to him 2 days later, and it's the most brilliant political commentary anybody in the country is giving. And so he was such an, if he gave you space for counsel, man, you were always winning. I never got off a conversation with him, whether I agreed or not, without seeing something in a way that I never would have been able to see it had I not talked to Rev. And so I think one of the interesting things, you hear people talk about Rev saying that, you know, he really ran a marathon. But I think one of the interesting things is Rev was really the only primetime dude from his era that didn't get assassinated. And when you talk about what it means, like, Roland, you know this, our community talks grace well, but we don't give grace well. Mm-hmm. And when you are a primetime leader, he was the first real primetime leader we watched get old. And there was so much nuance to that about how we embraced him and didn't embrace him.
Yeah.
What we criticized him for. Yeah. And what we didn't know we should praise him for. And he never complained about it. He just wore it. Because I think he understood at the end of the day the responsibility that comes with the level of leadership that he had. And I think the last thing, Ro, is that that dude was hilarious. And his sense of humor was incredible. And I think one thing that a lot of people don't know is that he did not like fancy restaurants. Like, you know, he would meet these CEOs and he would have people take him to the steakhouse and Thai and sushi. But you know, that Greenville, South Carolina was always in him. And
he wanted some soul food.
He was like, take me to that spot to get me to the hole in the wall spot. And he never lost his common touch, despite all of the unbelievable places. And I think one of the things that I regret more than anything else is that many of us did not come together the way I think we should have. There should be a Jesse Jackson Center for Electoral Politics. There should be an institution that carries in an intellectual way, in a pragmatic way, in a strategic way, this unbelievable political mind that is unlike, I think, any that we will ever see in our lifetime again.
I agree. Jeff Johnson, I appreciate it, Frat. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, brother, always.
Melanie Campbell, I know you have to go, but I do want you to speak to this here. Reverend Jackson comes out of, whether we want to be honest or not, a church, a paternalistic church system. I don't know of any other civil rights leader who put women in positions of power and gave them opportunities to lead.
And also get mentored by Reverend Willie Barrow.
Yeah.
Right? And the women he touched, Mignon Moore, Donna Brazile, and so many others. And so, you know, he fought for, he would know about the civil rights, you know, about human rights, but he also fought for women's rights, labor. Cleola Brown sent me a text from APRI, and somehow she couldn't get in the building, just so you know. She was trying to get here. Yeah, she was trying to get on. But, you know, just the way he showed up to so many components of our movement, which we talked about tonight. But one that I'm glad you're bringing up is what he did when it came to showing up for women.
Yep.
And showing up for Black women and making sure that, you know, Black women's leadership was lifted up. So I will never forget those shoulders I know that I stand on in this role, in this movement. And so Reverend Jackson is someone that with Jeff Johnson, we can't let that legacy go. Because I know there were young people who I talked to today in my own office who just in being able to be a part of what was happening, because you say, let your life speak for you. On social media at 5 o'clock in the morning, as soon as I saw it, and I just picked up my phone and his legacy spoke that early in the morning. People were just responding and the kinds of messages that were put out there. You know, sometimes we don't get the love till you're gone.
Yep.
But
never get it.
You never get it till you're gone. But the way our community and young people want to know, and they have to know the legacy of Reverend Jackson in order for us to get through the time we're in right now.
Yeah. Right.
And so that we know that we've been here before in so many ways. And so the legacy I think he leaves is us finding our people out of this and finding the new opportunities that you talked about, Greg, to make sure that we continue to find ways to be independent. Now, we can talk about debate how we get to the independence. I don't want Corey to start having a heart attack because we talk about independent voters. That's another debate. But really, we have to do that because without getting myself in trouble, because I'm nonpartisan, but particular, we have to find ways to leverage, and we have that roadmap that he left for us. And let's just get this done. We have to get our people through this. And thank you for the opportunity to lend my stories into this tapestry tonight.
Mel, we appreciate it. Omega Psi Phi, Reverend Jackson's fraternity, posted this on social media.
Spring 1960 Initiative Pi Psi chapter is a towering figure in the global struggle for justice. A former second vice Grand Basileus, his loyalty to the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated has remained constant across generations. From the lunch counters of Greenville to the halls of global diplomacy, Brother Jackson has marched, spoken, and negotiated with fearless conviction. He founded Operation Push and the Rainbow Coalition, forging new paths in education, economic equity, and political action. 2 groundbreaking presidential campaigns, over 40 honorary doctorates, a Presidential Medal of Freedom. Whether rallying laborers, confronting apartheid, or lifting the voices of the marginalized, Brother Jackson has walked the walk, decade after decade. A man of mission, legacy, and vision. A son of Omega, a servant of the people, a living symbol of purpose and action.
I was born in the slum, but the slum was not born in me. And it wasn't born in you, and you can make it. Wherever you are tonight, you can make it. Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it. It gets dark sometimes, but the morning comes. Don't you surrender. Suffering breeds character. Character breeds faith. In the end, faith will not disappoint. You must not surrender. You may or may not get there, but just know that you are qualified. You hold on and hold out. We must never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope
alive. If y'all see me tearing up, that speech, that's 88. I've had that speech on my phone for a long time. I listen to that speech several times a year. And I remember I posted the last 7 minutes on social media, and it was stunning the number of people who were blown away by that. It's about a 50-minute speech, but the last 7 minutes of that speech is one of the greatest closes I have ever heard. Now, when I say that, I'm talking about speeches, sermons, all together. And I dare say, and y'all get the video ready, those last 7 minutes, if you truly want to understand what the political, social agenda of Reverend Jackson, what his life's work was about, he breaks it down in those 7 minutes. And you have to understand, we talked about it earlier, what that moment was like. Watching that speech, 1988, in Atlanta, and it was a hard-fought primary. And again, how Reverend Jackson rolled on his bus tour to Atlanta like he was the nominee. And to understand where black folks were, he opens this speech. First of all of his children are on the stage introducing him. So Yusef, Jonathan, Jesse Jr., Santita, Jackie, they're all on stage. Then he references Rosa Parks, who's there. President Jimmy Carter is there. So you're in Atlanta, and this is how he ends that speech.
And then America, as we go forth to September, October, November, and then beyond, America must never surrender to a high moral challenge. Do not surrender to drugs. The best drug policy is a no first use. Don't surrender with needles and cynicism. Let's have no first use on the one hand, or clinics on the other. Never surrender, young America. Go forward. America must never surrender to malnutrition. We can feed the hungry and clothe the naked. We must never surrender. We must go forward. We must never surrender to illiteracy. Invest in our children. Never surrender and go forward. We must never surrender to inequality. Women cannot compromise ERA or comparable word. Women are making 60 cents on the dollar to what a man makes. Women cannot buy meat cheaper. Women cannot buy bread cheaper. Women cannot buy milk cheaper. Women deserve to get paid for the work that you do. It's right and it's fair. my friends. Those who have AIDS tonight, you deserve our compassion. Even with AIDS, you must not surrender in your wheelchairs. I see you sitting here tonight in those wheelchairs. I've stayed with you. I've reached out to you across our nation, and don't you give up. I know it's tough sometimes. People look down on you. It took you a little more effort to get here tonight. And no one should look down on you, but sometimes mean people do. The only justification we have for looking down on someone is that we're going to stop and pick them up. But even in your wheelchairs, don't you give up. We cannot forget 50 years ago when our backs were against the wall, Roosevelt was in a wheelchair. I would rather have Roosevelt in a wheelchair than Reagan and Bush on a horse. Don't you surrender and don't you give up. Don't surrender and don't give up. Why can I challenge you this way? Jesse Jackson, you don't understand my situation. You'll be on television. You don't understand. I see you with the big people. You don't understand my situation. I understand. You see me on TV, but you don't know the me that makes me me. They wonder why does Jesse run? Because they see me running for the White House. They don't see the house I'm running from. I have a story. I wasn't always on television. Writers were not always outside my door. When I was born late one afternoon, October 8th, in Greenville, South Carolina, no writers asked my mother her name. Nobody chose to write down our address. A mama was not supposed to make it, and I was not supposed to make it. You see, I was born a teenage mother who was born a teenage mother. I understand. I know abandonment and people being mean to you and saying you're nothing and nobody and can never be anything. I understand. Jesse Jackson is my third name. I'm adopted. When I had no name, my grandmother gave me her name. My name was Jesse Burns till I was 12. So I wouldn't have a blank space, she gave me a name to hold me over. I understand when nobody knows your name. I understand when you have no name. I understand. I wasn't born in the hospital. Mama didn't have insurance. I was born in the bed at house. I really do understand. Born in a 3-room house, bathroom in the backyard, slop job by the bed, no hot and cold running water. I understand. Wallpaper used for decoration? No, for a windbreaker. I understand. I'm a working person's person. That's why I understand you, whether you're black or white. I understand work. I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I had a shovel programmed for my hand. My mother, a working woman. So many days she went to work early, with runs in her stockings. She knew better, but she rolled runs in her stockings so that my brother and I could have matching socks and not be laughed at school. I understand. At 3 o'clock on Thanksgiving Day, we couldn't eat turkey because Mama was preparing somebody else's turkey at 3 o'clock. We had to play football to entertain ourselves. And then around 6 o'clock, she would get off the Alta Vista bus and we would bring up the leftovers and eat our turkey, leftovers, the caucus, the cranberries, around 8 o'clock at night. I really do understand. Every one of these funny labels they put on you, those of you who are watching this broadcast tonight in the projects, on the corners, I understand. Call you outcast, low down, you can't make it, you're nothing, you're from nobody, subclass, underclass. When you see Jesse Jackson, when my name goes in nomination, your name goes in nomination. I was born in the slum, but the slum was not born in me. And it wasn't born in you, and you can make it. Wherever you are tonight, you can make it. Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it. It gets dark sometimes, but the morning comes. Don't you surrender. Suffering breeds character. Character breeds faith. In the end, faith will not disappoint. You must not surrender. You may or may not get there, but just know that you are qualified, and you hold on and hold out. We must never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive on tomorrow night and beyond. Keep hope alive. I love you very much. I love you very much.
That is, you said you were there.
Me too.
Me too.
I said so little, and I know so much, and that's hard to do. But you made a point about Jesse. He's brilliant. He was very brilliant. Probably one of the most brilliant persons I've ever known. And he was so brilliant that people took it for granted. And he used to say to Marion, people make fun of me because I rhyme, but it's hard. You tried. Rhyming is hard. You tried. And making fun of me. I mean, it was just the fundamental way they talk. But of all of the speeches, because my passion beyond young people is voting, and anybody in this room knows me knows that. The 30th anniversary of the March on Washington, Jesse gave a speech, to me, one of the best speeches he's ever given, and anybody else has given.
Hold up. You're mic'd up. Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Am I mic'd up?
There you are. Keep going.
And I titled the speech, Rocks Just Laying Around. I don't know if you're familiar with that speech. It was after the 1980 election, the election of Reagan, the loss of Jimmy Carter for his second term. And he got up and he talked about the Bible story of David and Goliath. And how David didn't have anything. He had a slingshot. And he looked around and he saw the rocks. And he took those rocks and he used those rocks and he slayed that giant. And he talked about how many black people in all of these major states that were registered to vote and did not vote. And the percentage of the people who did not vote were far beyond the percentage that Reagan won. He said you were just rocks just laying around. It was such a brilliant, and he went on and he had the statistics state by state. He gave the numbers, and it had profound impact on me. And I consider that one of his greatest speeches. And when I was a professor of political science that year, so that was in August, it was the reenactment of the March on Washington, and I went into the classroom, had my big old folder of stuff, and they said, Mrs., which one of my names was it then? Let's just say Masters, we'll be safe with that one, that goes through all of them. But what do you have? I said, I have voter registration forms. I'm putting them right here. I can't make you vote, but you're going to register. You will not be rocks just laying around, not sitting in here. And I mean, that kind of parable, he permeated this country, many. And he has, you couldn't hear him, but they had closed caption. Please send it to them. He gives the statistics in his diminished state. He gives the statistics of how many black people voted more than anybody else. He talks about that. And that was 2 years ago. And so you know he was ill then, but he had everything in him to say that this is important. And you should know these statistics. So my heart is warm when I see you all doing all this. I'm a teacher. So I don't want to reiterate anything you said. Just keep on with the legacy. Tell the story. Write about it. Preach about it.
You mentioned David. The first book Barbara Reynolds did, go to my iPad, was called Jesse Jackson, America's David. Julian, you talked about that night.
You know, I don't know, Roland. Right this minute, I feel both devastated and happy. The devastation is the loss, but the happiness is the freedom that Reverend has, because he's not in pain anymore.
That's right.
Because he's, and because we're here. And thank you for this opportunity for us to ruminate about this brother. I mean, I could tell y'all stories all day long about, when one day he said, Malvo, just sit down and shut up. I said, what, Reverend? He said, do you want me to repeat myself? I said, no, thank you. And then I kept talking.
So he told you what MLK told him?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was funny because I said, no, thank you. And I kept talking. He said, what did I say? I said, I'm not going to repeat that. But, I mean, we had great times. And as Cora says, he was utterly brilliant and could connect everything, literally everything. He also really, I mean, he could talk to the pauper and the prince, you know, without changing a beat. But he had more empathy for the pauper. And you often saw that. You'd be talking to Reverend and somebody would come up, somebody who had a problem, and he'd stop immediately and what can I do for you, baby? And like you said, if you needed to call. So I'm thinking back to San Francisco, 1984, where I was a young politician type, never got elected to anything, but that's another story. Ran for the Board of Supervisors in 84, actually put anti-apartheid legislation on the ballot in 84. That was what I was doing. Didn't get tenure because I was too political, which was fine with me. I didn't like the people that much anyway. But Reverend, he was like a North Star to me. You know, and that speech, I'm so glad that you ran it. That speech, it was just so powerful. And it really energized everybody. And, you know, just one, and it's, you know, San Francisco politics. We are more.
No, that was in Atlanta. That was 88.
Okay, I was there in 88 too.
And Michael, the thing is, and I told someone the story, they thought I was joking. But every time I moved to tears listening to that, because what he is describing, he's literally describing in that 7 minutes the Black experience. Being unseen, you're trying to scale heights that people told you couldn't do it. When he left South Carolina, the governor gave him a letter. He goes to Chicago. Daley, the mayor, says, oh, you can work a toll booth. John H. Johnson hires him to sell subscriptions to Jet and Ebony. Mayor Daley saw a toll booth worker. John H. Johnson saw a salesman and leader. So when Reverend ascends, there's a reason he became the mayor or the president of Black America. He was in Jet every week. John H. Johnson was like, no, Jesse gonna be in Jet every week. He was always in Ebony magazine, always being covered. But when he lays that out, that ending there speaks to his life before and since 1988 and crystallizes the folks that he cared about.
Especially when you guys talk about Chicago a lot, I think of Gus Savage too. Congressman Savage
Gus Savage,
was so powerful then. I was a little kid getting coffee for people at in those speeches, but I remember my father and the Reverend made such a good team at that point in time for the party.
The yin and yang.
Because my father knew the apparatus of the party.
Right.
Jesse knew how to deliver, as you just saw, the messaging and deliver people. Yeah. And Paul Kirk was the chairman of the party at the time. And Paul Kirk, after my father cut the Dukakis-Jackson deal, Paul Kirk basically let my father run the rest of that part of the convention and said, you got to give what's called the hall. You got to give Reverend the hall that night. The hall means, in politics, advanced talk. Everybody, there are no Dukakis people. It's all Reverend. Every sign.
Right.
Now, Reverend had to talk about Dukakis. Let's make sure of that. But every sign, every credential, And I was just so proud to just watch Reverend you could hear a pin drop in the convention. And then the other part of his legacy that is so, again, back to the apparatus, understanding the apparatus, and then Reverend. In 1992, there were more black women elected to federal office ever in history. When Reverend delivered his currency to the table, my father had the apparatus. It was an incredible time in 1992. Senator, and I don't know how many black women and black people, but black women members of Congress. It's stuff that's not really written about relative to what Reverend did. Plus, he's frat. So, thank you for acknowledging it earlier.
What? I did it. We showed the photo. Y'all showed the other photo. Every time I saw Reverend, we would do that. But I always told him Jesus was an alpha. He knew. He knew. He understood that. Don't even try it. And also,
thank you for mentioning.
You also know who else was an alpha.
What's the list? I'm aware of my Uncle Marion.
Yeah. Just so you know, Alpha's your daddy. That's one of the photos. Y'all, we showed that earlier. There's some other ones y'all can put in there.
That's a great picture.
In a moment, we're going to talk to Reverend Frederick Douglass Haynes III. But I'm going to throw this out here for the panel. You talked about not being in pain. November, most of us prepared for Reverend the transition in November. The word was privately put out. Listen, come see him. I'm in Bermuda. So I'm talking to Yusef 13th and 14th. 14th is my birthday. So I come back early on the 15th. I fly to Chicago on the 16th. So we go to Northwestern Hospital. And basically the doctors were like, Reverend's organs are shutting down. But here's what happens. So he's laying in a bed. And Reverend, we're all sitting there, and I'm sitting on his right side, holding his hand. Reverend Meeks is over here, and the others. So we're talking. Y'all seeing right there, that's a screenshot, but we're gonna play a video in a second. We're talking, and all of a sudden, he goes, Coke. Now, Yusef's like, Daddy, you can't have no Coke. You need to drink some water. Because he had not been eating. His throat was extremely raw. He goes, Coke. And he said, Coke again. And man, just get a man. We were all looking like, dude, just get a man what he want. Come on now, he 84. Come on, what the hell y'all doing? So we're all sitting there, and so it's crosstalk. So imagine this Reverend Jackson holding his hand, and we just talking. We talking about politics, the Target boycott, whatever, stuff, all that sort of stuff. Then all of a sudden, it was as if a spotlight hit his body. And he starts talking. And it's hard to make out, and Yusef is going, Dad, I can't understand what you're saying. And Reverend Meeks goes, hold on. I've seen this before. And Reverend starts sitting there, and he started naming pastors. He said, meeting on Friday. Feed the people. Getting ready for the election. So although here he is, his brain is firing. Parkinson's is keeping him from getting out. But he's literally sitting. The man is in a hospital bed, and the doctors are saying he's dying. He is laying in the bed, calling for a meeting 5 days later. So when they put that press release out, when he said the Reverend called for 20,000 pastors around the country, that's literally what was happening. But he wasn't just talking about to feed the people. He was actually talking about the upcoming elections as well. And so what happens is, so I step out, other people come in, I'm like, sit by the Reverend. I go into the family room, we're all in there. And literally we're over there talking about planning the funeral, all different things like that. And then like, hey, Roland, Reverend's calling you. So I go back in. So then we talking again. So I'm come take a seat, spend time, Reverend, go back. He calling you again. This happened like 5 times. Reverend was not interested at that moment in people saying, oh, Reverend, we love you. He wanted to talk about politics and organizing.
Yep.
He did not want to sit here. He was like, this is not a I ain't gone. I'm watching this, and this man is literally sitting here trying to plan a meeting 5 days later that he can't go to. And so he was, and they kept saying, everybody come out and want to rest. He did not want to rest.
He didn't want to rest, nah.
So I fly back, flew in Sunday, I fly back out. The next day, the doctors go, we ain't never seen this. We just gonna ride this and see where it goes. They were stunned that this man recovered, and remember, that was the 16th. He got discharged on November 25th.
Wow.
This man's whole life was people and movement. Jackie Jackson, I'm about to walk and she hugs me. We're hugging, she squeezes tight, and she says, please don't stop talking to my daddy. This is what's keeping him alive. It was as if his entire, it all got revived in the moment. And I was, before I left, I shared a word with him. Did not, haven't shared this with anybody. And this is it on November 16th. Turn the audio up, please. Y'all can roll it. Reverend, I called you, Self. I said, I definitely got to come by and see you. So that's why I flew in this morning. But you need to know that you are so important to our people. And you will forever be known in history. Not just your speeches, but your work, your organizing, your mobilizing. And we would not be here as a people. I would not be doing what I'm in media if it wasn't for what you have done. And we thank you and we love you and we appreciate everything that you've done for us. And our job is real simple, to keep hope alive.
Rob called about $500 about he called it out and called his name and tragedy to all my people.
Indeed.
Support people determine, you know, all that.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, my brother. You be well.
Hello.
Greg?
Man, you talk about somebody who has graduated to ancestorhood, who left it all here. I mean, you know, you showed the footage from Georgia, and then the footage from Texas. And I think about, here we are in the second year of COVID, and the students have come back on campus to conditions that were less than ideal. So they take over the student center. They took over the student center. Your husband would have been proud. Because every time the Howard students do something, every time, as long as he was mayor, he wouldn't let the police touch him, anything. That 1989 protest, of course. One of those protesters, of course, now the mayor of Newark, Ras Baraka, who always talks about the fact that Marion Barry would not let them come in there and do anything to us. So they're in there for a day, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Tents have come up in front of the student center, and chapel is outside. Some of y'all, you know, attend chapel, so they put the chapel under a tent outside between the library, the old library, Carnegie, and Douglas Hall. Jesse Jackson shows up. Jesse goes into the building to sit with the students. What are y'all doing? What's going on? The first time I met Jesse Jackson, in fact, was at Tennessee State, was student body president. He came to our campus, met with us, had a press conference. Like you said, young people, he was always going to do that. So all these years later, he's in the building with these young people. He leaves the building, goes to the administration building to find Wayne Frederick, negotiating. I want these kids to get put out of school. I want no problems. This is what. And then somewhere between the president's office and the administration building and the student center, he falls. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Wow.
Jesse Jackson bumps his head. They take him to Howard Hospital. Now this thing got to end. Why? Because y'all about to kill Jesse Jackson. This man, he's lost his balance. Because, at this point, he's at the stage now where the next stage is he's not walking at all. That student takeover and those demands and that satisfaction in no small measure is because Jesse Jackson showed up and said, this got to stop and y'all gonna protect these kids and y'all gonna do what's right, to the point of his own physical safety. And Howard Hospital, of course, they took care of him. That's one of those places, as you said, he would check in for a week and recuperate and then go out and burn the candle at both ends. And of course, your husband was legendary. Frank Smith told me he walked out at one Thanksgiving and came over to Frank Smith's house and ate all Thanksgiving dinner and all this stuff. And then he said, where you coming from, Marion? He had a hospital because he'd been over there for high blood pressure and everything. He done ate some hog maws, some greens, and then walked back to Howard Hospital. Two legends. And of course, Farrakhan had his prostate surgery there. So these were black people who were 10 toes down for black people. And Jesse, I don't even know how he had the strength to do that, but that strength we just saw there.
Corey, we know you have to go. I appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Rebecca, absolutely.
No question.
Rebecca, what Greg said, a little bit, he left it all. He worked up until his last breath.
So I want to tell my story of meeting Reverend Jesse Jackson. So I'm not of the generation of the civil rights movement. In fact, during the '88 convention, I was 7 years old. 7 years old during the '88 convention. But this is the reason why I raise it. I watched that convention gavel to gavel because of Jesse Jackson.
Yeah.
I remember my parents walking into the living room, looking at me like, what are you doing? I'm watching the convention. Why are you watching the convention? I was like, Jesse Jackson. My mom didn't believe me. She thought, 7 years old, I have a little bit of chores to do around the house. She thought I was trying to get out of doing whatever it is I was supposed to do. But it was something about that run that captured my imagination. And I literally watched a political convention gavel to gavel.
Wow.
And I was able to tell my parents about the speeches, about what was said, the topics, what was talked about. So now fast forward to July 2006, I'm in law school. I'm doing a clerkship with the NCAA in DC for the summer. And I find out that the Voting Rights Act is up for reauthorization. And it's being debated on the Senate floor. So it is Senator Kennedy, it's Senator Clinton, it's Senator McCain, all these other people debating the Voting Rights Act that day. So I managed to get a ticket to go sit in the Senate gallery to watch it. There's only like 2 other people there. The Capitol Hill intern who had to escort me into the Senate gallery, and then one other person. And I'm just watching the speeches about how important the Voting Rights Act is. Because, every 25 years, it's sunset, because apparently having permanent voting rights in this country is not something that the 1960s Congress decided that was important. So every 25 years. So as I'm sitting there, 2 people walk in. It's Reverend Jackson and it's Judge Mathis. Wow. And they sit a few seats over from me. We're literally the only people in the gallery who thought it was important enough to show up and witness the Voting Rights Act reauthorization. And so once again, I was 7 years old in '88. So now this is 2006. even though I'm not a part of the civil rights generation, what it taught me was it doesn't matter how old you get, it doesn't matter if the cameras go away. You still have to show up and be a witness to history. And so for me, that was the first time, not the last time I met him, but that was the first time that I met him. And that's the impression of Reverend Jackson that I'll always keep.
Tributes have poured in from all around the world. Brittany Noble, the Black Star Network, has some of those. Brittany, what have folks been saying on social media and statements? Folks like President Barack Obama, President Bill Clinton, Secretary Hillary Clinton, and others. Take it away.
Well, Roland, I want to start with a family statement. It is with profound sadness that we announce the passing of civil rights leader and founder of the Rainbow Push Coalition, the Honorable Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson Sr. He died peacefully on Tuesday morning, surrounded by his family. His unwavering commitment to justice, equality, and human rights helped shape a global movement for freedom and dignity. A tireless change agent, he elevated the voices of voiceless. From his presidential campaigns in the 1980s to mobilizing millions to register to vote, leaving an indelible mark on history. Reverend Jackson is survived by his wife, Jacqueline, their children, Sunita, Jesse Jr., Jonathan Yusuf, Jacqueline, daughter Ashley Jackson, and grandchildren. He was preceded in death by his mother, Helen Burns Jackson, father Noah Lewis Robinson, and stepfather Charles Henry Jackson. Our father was a servant leader, not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked around the world. The Jackson family said, we shared him with the world, and in return, the world became part of our extended family. His unwavering belief in justice, equality, and love uplifted millions, and we ask you to honor his memory by continuing the fight for the values he lived by. His school, North Carolina A&T University, sent this out on X. North Carolina A&T State University students, faculty, staff, and more than 70,000 alumni deeply mourn the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson, a 1964 classmate, alumnus, global civil rights icon, and friend. His was a life truly well lived. Our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out to the Jackson family. Former President Barack Obama sent this out on X. Michelle and I are deeply saddened to hear about the passing of a true giant, the Reverend Jesse Jackson. We will always be grateful for Jesse's lifetime of service and the friendship our families share. We stood on his shoulders. We send our deepest condolences to the Jackson family and everyone in Chicago and beyond who knew and loved him. Bernice King said this, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. devoted his life to lifting people in poverty, the marginalized, and those pushed to society's edges. Through Operation Push, he pushed barriers and opened doors so Black people and other excluded communities could step into opportunity and dignity. With the Rainbow Coalition, he cast a bold vision of an inclusive society, uniting people across race, class, and faith to build power together and expand the table of economic opportunity. He was a gifted negotiator and a courageous bridge builder, serving humanity by bringing calm into tense rooms and creating pathways where none existed. My family shares a long and meaningful history with him, rooted in a shared commitment to justice and love. As we grieve, we give thanks for a life that pushed hope into weary places. May we honor his legacy by widening opportunity, uplifting the vulnerable, and building the beloved community. I send my love and prayers to the Jackson family. Al Sharpton reacted on X this morning as well. He said, my mentor, Reverend Jesse Jackson, has passed. I just prayed with his family by phone. He was a consequential and transformative leader who changed this nation and the world. He shaped public policy and changed laws. He kept the dream alive and taught young children from broken homes like me that we don't have broken spirits. Mayor Brandon Johnson in Chicago sent this out on X. I am devastated to lose my mentor and friend, Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. My heart prayers are with his devoted family, his wife, Jacqueline, their children, Sunita, Jesse Jr., Jonathan, Yusuf, and Jackie, daughter Ashley Jackson, and their dear grandchildren. We honor him and his hard-earned legacy as a freedom fighter, philosopher, and faithful shepherd of his family and community here in Chicago. I am personally grateful for Reverend Jackson and his family embracing me and our city with his wisdom and guidance. His friendship, counsel, and prayers had a deep impact on my family. In honor of Reverend Jackson's service and as our city mourns, the Chicago flag will lower to half staff. We thank all of the Chicagoans who served as volunteers in Reverend Jackson's organization, providing decades of mutual aid throughout Chicago. We know his message of justice and empowerment reverberated worldwide as the leader of the Rainbow Push Coalition and Operation Breadbasket. Reverend Jackson's unwavering courage extends beyond his notable civil rights leadership with Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., as he lent his support to countless humanitarian efforts at home and abroad. Reverend Jackson served as the first executive director of Kenwood Oakland Community Organization here in Chicago, and as an international human rights advocate and spiritual advisor to world leaders. Reverend Jackson's mission always centered the strength and liberation of our Black community, but his mission always extended to all who needed empowerment by cultivating a rainbow of power that could shine through every storm. Reverend Jackson intimately understood that what was at stake in affirming the humanity of working people, he never lost sight that those fighting for justice are entitled to the most basic needs of health and nutrition, housing, education, and jobs in order to achieve their greatest potential. Reverend Jackson held strong to his truth that we all are somebody. He preached that the flame of hope exists in all of us, and it is our power and responsibility to unify that flame amongst our neighbors to improve our present conditions and secure a future where we can all thrive. As we lift up his life and wrap our arms around his family and all those who loved him, I ask you to anchor your hope in action to honor Reverend Jackson's enduring contributions. He believed in you and found hope in humanity. Do something today to keep hope alive. Kamala Harris said this: Reverend Jesse Jackson was one of America's greatest patriots. He spent his life summoning all of us to fulfill the promise of America and building the coalitions to make that promise real. Son of Greenville, South Carolina, Reverend Jackson first rose to the national stage as one of the young leaders of the civil rights movement. His presidential runs in 1984 and 1988 electrified millions of Americans and showed them what could be possible. From Washington, D.C. to the Bay Area, from the Mississippi Delta to Appalachia, from South Africa to the south side of Chicago, Reverend Jackson gave a voice to people who were removed from power and politics. He let us know our voices mattered. He instilled in us that we are somebody, and he widened the path for generations to follow in his footsteps and lead. As a young law student, I would drive back and forth from Oakland, where I lived, to San Francisco, where I went to school. I had a bumper sticker in the back window of my car that read Jesse Jackson for president. As I would drive across the Bay Bridge, you would not believe how people from every walk of life would give me a thumbs up or a hunk of support. They were small interactions, but they exemplified Reverend Jackson's life and work, lifting up the dignity of working people, building community and coalitions, and strengthening our democracy and nation. I was proud to partner with and learn from him on his work throughout my career, and I'm so grateful for the time we spent together this January. Reverend Jackson was a selfless leader, mentor, and friend to me and so many others. Doug and I are praying for Jacqueline, their children and grandchildren, the Rainbow Push Coalition, and millions of people across our country and around the world whose lives he impacted. Today and every day, we will carry his call to keep hope alive. And former President Bill Clinton said this: Hillary and I are deeply saddened by the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson and give thanks for his long, good life. We were friends for almost 50 years since we met in 1977 at the 20th anniversary of the integration of Little Rock Central High. From his early days working with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to his founding of the organizations now united as Rainbow Push, to his efforts to free innocents and promote fair elections around the globe, Reverend Jesse Jackson championed human dignity and helped create opportunities for countless people to live better lives. Throughout it all, he kept marching to the music of his conscience, his convictions, and his causes. Reverend Jackson never stopped working for a better America with brighter tomorrows, including his historic campaigns for the presidency in 1984 and 1988. He championed the concerns of Black, Latino, Asian, and lower income white Americans. I will always be grateful for the friendship he gave Hillary, Chelsea, and me. Proud to have nominated him as my special envoy for the promotion of democracy in Africa, and honored to present him with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Hillary and I loved him very much. Our hearts and prayers go out to Jackie, their children and grandchildren, and all the people across America and around the world who were inspired by his service to humanity. The NAACP said this: rest in power to Reverend Jesse Jackson. Today we honor a giant whose voice, courage, and love for our people shaped generations. Reverend Jesse Jackson was not only a civil rights icon, he was family to the NAACP. His legacy sits at the heart of our work and at the center of this nation's fight for justice. We carry his light forward. Senator Joyce Beatty said this: today our nation mourns the loss of Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson Sr., a towering figure in the fight for justice, voting rights, and human dignity. Reverend Jackson was a moral voice for the voiceless, a fearless advocate for the poor and marginalized, and a champion for civil and human rights here at home and around the world. I've been honored to know him personally, to walk beside him, to march with him, and to stand with him in the continuing struggle for justice. From my earliest years to the night he stood by me during my first election to Congress, and throughout the years since, Jesse was a great friend and advisor who will always remain in my heart. Even in his health struggles, his presence continued to remind us of his unshakable belief that democracy thrives when people show up, speak up, and exercise their power. Reverend Jackson helped carry the civil rights movement into the modern era, showing that racial justice, economic justice, voting rights, and representation are inseparable. Through Operation Breadbasket, Operation Push, and the Rainbow Push Coalition, he built lasting institutions that expanded community services, economic empowerment, and political mobilization. His presidential campaigns and decades of grassroots activism strengthened civic engagement, deepened Black political power, and proved that a Black candidate could compete on a national stage. His distinguished life of activism was recognized with the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2000. Reverend Jackson's leadership shaped movements. His courage opened doors. His voice stirred the conscience of a nation. He taught us to lift our voices and to keep hope alive. Today we honor him by carrying his charge forward. We will keep marching, we will keep fighting, and we will keep hope alive. Representative Jasmine Crockett said this: we lost a giant. Reverend Jesse Jackson was fearless, faithful, and relentless in his pursuit of justice. He didn't wait for permission to demand equality. He organized, he mobilized, and he built real political power for Black communities and for folks this country tried to leave behind. He forced America to confront his hypocrisy and expand its promise. Because of his courage, more of us have a seat at the table today. My prayers are with Representative Jonathan Jackson and the entire Jackson family. We honor Reverend Jackson, not just for what he said, but for what he built. And the Chicago Teachers Union said, we are heartbroken to hear about the passing of Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson Sr. He was our superhero, our civil rights leader, our moral compass, our giant, our American patriot. His life reminds us that hope is not a slogan, it's a discipline. It's built in church basements, union halls, educational communities, and chanted on picket lines and on the streets. It's sustained through coalition, struggle, and solidarity. To the Jackson family and all of us who love him, we send our deepest love and gratitude. To the people of Chicago and beyond, we say what he taught us to say: keep hope alive. Roland, that's just some of the reaction pouring in about Jesse Jackson Sr.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Brittany, we surely appreciate it. Folks, I shared some photos. If y'all have that, let me know. I often would see Reverend at NBA All-Star Weekend this weekend. It took place in Los Angeles. Obviously, he wasn't there. Son Yusef was there. And I remember at one of the events introducing him to Larry Bird and others. And NFL released a statement, NBA did as well. Here's what I found to be very interesting, Randy. And I will go Lauren as well. This is crazy. Reverend Jesse could roll up to an event. He ain't had no tickets. He ain't had no credentials. And he gonna end up on the floor somewhere. I remember that was a boxing match There was a boxing match in Chicago. It's a heavyweight boxing match, and the brother wins. Reverend is in the ring. Reverend escorts the brother to the dressing room, and after the fight, they got to immediately take a drug test, and so no one else. So they like Reverend is with the boxer, and all of a sudden they stop Reverend, they close the door, and they for the drug test. Reverend's like, okay, he got to take a drug test. We like Reverend, we all know, but it was hilarious, and so people have on. He was always around sports. He was always around sports figures, and same thing, was revered by those athletes as well. They all paid their respects. Karen Russell posted something on her Twitter. She said he was a fixture in the Russell household. Her father was Bill Russell.
Right. Well, I think what people always said about him is that he was audacious. And he said after that first time he went to jail for that 15 minutes for the library, he was mad that, locked up because protesting he couldn't get a library book. He said he was never scared after then. And he always felt that he belonged. So when he told us all the message that you are somebody and I am somebody, he really believed it to his soul. And he would walk in and meet with CEOs of corporations or any sports star as if he belonged there. He felt he belonged on that in that ring. And it should educate all of us because everyone accepted him because he felt like he belonged. So he was never rejected.
And Lauren, we talk about the Rooney Rule. I mean, he was fighting in corporate America. He was fighting for black folks off the field and management in sports. And again, he brought the same force of nature to sports as he did to politics, as he did to Hollywood, as he did to every area.
Right, and the question is, who is that now? Who is that person now? Is it, when
There's
this
no
happened?
one person.
There's no one person.
It's no disrespect to anybody. That's right. I have long said that there is nobody, alive who can replace Reverend Jackson. The stature that he brought to the table, the relationship that he brought to the table, the history that he brought to the table, there's nobody.
Well, is there a group is the question. I mean, we don't really have anyone now that talks on this level of, I don't give a F what you say, I'm doing this, I'm saying this, I'm standing on this, and I'm not afraid of anything. And of course, everybody can understand the period that we live in, not to say that we haven't had other violent periods, but right now it's like we have a situation where, we had 2 legislators get assassinated, and nobody even, that was in and out of the news.
In Minnesota.
In Minnesota, just like that. Like it didn't even get 2 days worth of coverage, right? President doesn't mention it, of course. And of course, you can understand why our leaders would be reticent to be speaking truth to power. But it is amazing the level of corporate control that we see in our politics, that he completely ignored and blew through. And in fact, he was the person, Jesse Sr. was the person challenging that corporate control. Who is that right now? What is that right now? What group, what black leadership group is doing that now in a clear-throated way? None. Like he was doing, right?
I have no problem saying none.
Whether it's right, whether it's a person or a group. And he did that, not only did he do it, but it's like totally unapologetic. Like I said before, the fact that he was talking about poverty is a huge deal. Nobody talks about it. The Democrats don't talk about poverty, the Republicans don't talk about poverty. He talked about poverty all the time.
Right.
And on top of that, like I said, getting back to the corporate piece, our groups now are controlled by these corporations, by the money of these corporations. They stay quiet because of these corporations, and he had none of that. And you've got to go all the way back to King and Malcolm X to find that again. And who is that now is the question. Who takes that mantle?
So, Avis, the reason I think, reason I say none, is because when we talk about the currency, what scared them, what scared the sports leagues, what scared corporate America, Michael talked about it, is what scared the party. He could bring the army with him.
Exactly.
And so the problem today, and I was literally having this conversation with a couple of people at the All-Star weekend in LA, is that too many of our groups are insular. The black community writ large ain't got a clue what they doing. They aren't seen. They aren't communicating with them. They're not touching the people. I had some fool who's on social media, Roland, the community been trying to get with you. I was like, first of all, fool, we ain't never heard of you. This little ignorant pastor out of Detroit. I was like, we ain't never heard of you. And I said, I know how many black neighborhoods I can walk into. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And that's part of the deal. The fact that Reverend Jackson, as Jeff said, would rather go to a soul food restaurant than Ruth Chris Steakhouse, because he understood he understood his base.
Yes.
And so that's and the last point before you speak to that is that the reason cats today can't do it is because too many people today are rhetorical leaders. They talk and they speak on social, but there's no work behind it. Go ahead.
Right. There's so many things, and you're exactly right. What we are facing right now has been the very targeted and very effective silencing of what I call the nonprofit industrial complex.
Yep.
Because what happens here is our nonprofits are reliant on foundations as well as corporations, which have both been kneecapped in different ways by this administration. And so as a result of that, they have just been trying to survive what happened to them last year and have been, silenced to a great degree.
Before this administration, they were silenced because of the corporate money. Before Donald Trump.
I would say both. I would say both.
That
I would
funding
say
piece.
Corporations, and it's not just corporations. And the reason why I'm saying foundations is because he who pays the money calls the tune.
Absolutely.
The way the nonprofit industrial complex works is you don't get to do or talk about or focus on those things that you, as the organization, believes may matter. You focus on those things that you get paid to do work on. And those agendas are set by the foundation. So it's all of that. All of that is the problem.
It's so funny, Julian. I'm at the NBA Tech Summit, and I'm having a conversation with a brother, Greg. He's our alpha brother, Michael. Don't hate. Don't hate. Congratulate. I might let you celebrate.
Oh my!
And we were talking about this idea of doing a raise, a money raise. And I've had so many people approach me and say, "Man, you need to do a raise. I mean, you need to build scale." And my response always is, "Well, first of all, going out and raising money is easy." I said, "But if the advertising spigot ain't turned on, then all you're going to end up doing is raising money, spending the money, burning through the money, and you're not going to be able to increase your revenue. Now you're going to be forced out to go and raise more money to pay the first investors back. Now you're diluting your equity." And then he said, and the other thing is, he said, people like me, he said, if we invest in companies, we want a say. And he said, you have the freedom that no one can tell you what to say and what to cover. And so it goes to your point there. You cannot have so many tentacles in you. So it prevents you from saying what needs to be said, which I go back to what my criticism of so many people was. Too many black folks did not give back and invest. So if you were a company and Reverend Jackson helped you get a $10 million contract, you should have given 5% back to Rainbow Push.
Right.
No question.
Absolutely.
I mean,
So, because our freedom fighters have to have the freedom to fight and not be handcuffed because, say, a corporation has bought a table or is funding the scholarships, and now they can't say what we need them to say and do what we need them to do.
Well, 3 quick points. First of all, you're absolutely right about Rainbow. Reverend, we have, I forget the name of it, but it's like a bureau. It's which basically businesses come on the Saturdays. He tries to hook people up. With the, and
that literally goes all the way back to Operation Breadbasket. That's literally what they did.
And I could tell you, probably 1 out of 10 ever gives back.
Wow.
They show up. They smooze. They Saturday morning, they come to breakfast. He calls people out, and they don't give back. So that's number one. Number two, we cannot, while this administration has been crippling, I think we do ourselves a disservice if we put too much emphasis on this administration. I do not curse on your program much, so I would not use the name of the President of the United States because I would consider that cursing.
You mean the twice impeached, criminal convicted commander in chief?
There
Go
you
ahead,
go.
go ahead.
Who lives in a house that enslaved people built.
Got it.
But basically, we give that thing too much credit. This has been drifting for quite some time with foundations, as you say, telling people what they, as opposed to giving you unrestricted funds, which gives you most freedom, tells you, well, if you do X, then we'll give you the money. Well, X may not be, I've seen folks like Melanie. I mean, you got running in circles because you want to please the funder.
Right.
And this was happening before that man. So we cannot, the predatory capitalism and the exploitation of poor people, and thank you, Lauren, for raising that, that was pre that man. I mean, we've been drifting towards this empire. We've been drifting toward for quite some time. We weren't paying attention. We, organizers, activists, have not been paying attention. And in not paying attention, we basically yielded the higher ground to those people. And so, and the third point, that I really need to make in this context when you talk about your conversation about the fundraising piece is we also haven't tapped into our people enough. We haven't incited passion among our people about what needs to happen.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, everybody can give. I mean, nobody. I don't know. The median income for Black people is about 2/3 of the median income for white people. So we're not writing $1 million checks. But if 10,000 people give $10,
no, the reality is black people, based upon because proportion, our giving rate is actually higher than white people.
Absolutely.
Black people, we give. Now, for the most part, we give to churches, but our giving exceeds white folks.
Oh, no, absolutely. But
so
you're
we
right.
do that, and so you're right.
But it's mostly church, and then we give to our alma maters if they're HBCUs.
Right. But,
although not as much as they should.
Right, but the thing, but what you just laid out is, and I was going to bring Mustafa in this here, to that point, this shows an example. Again, I'm in LA. I can't tell you how many Black people in finance for 20 years, CEOs, own businesses, high-powered lawyers, man, keep doing what you're doing. Brother, you doing it. Right. We need your voice.
Right.
Keenan can give me the latest number. I know it exceeds 36,000, maybe close to 37,000. I can pull the list. Not one of the people this weekend from Thursday to Sunday who was telling me how valuable my voice is, man, keep fighting, keep doing. Not one of those people have given $1 to this show.
Wow.
But to Julian's point, it's a whole bunch of people who've given $1, 5, 10, 15, 20. I got 4 people who have tied to this show every month for 7 years.
Wow.
I know their names because I see they check every month. So to that point, we can't keep saying who's going to fight for us? Well, if we're not prepared to fund the fight.
The question becomes, do we want to be free?
And freedom ain't free.
Right, freedom costs. And I was sitting here listening to all the amazing stories about Reverend Jackson, and something kept reverberating in the back of my head that he was a part of the 3rd iteration of Moses, right? So the first Black Moses of the Bible was about helping people to be free. The second Black Moses, of course, was Harriet Tubman, who was trying to help people to be free. Reverend Jackson was also trying to help people to be free. And a part of that freedom was understanding the power that you have when you utilize it on the economic justice side of it, on the health justice side of it, on the civil rights justice side of it. So when we talk about some of the, amazing things that he shared with folks, am I somebody or I am somebody, that is all tied to, if you truly understand that you are somebody, then there are certain sets of expectations that come along with that. And that's why us making sure that it's not just the civil rights, but it is also the economic justice aspect, and holding our own accountable. Because if we have all these black folks who are doing amazing things as CEOs and others, but we don't never hold them accountable, then the behavior will continue.
Michael, I've called out, and this is final comments, I've called out, there are a lot of black folks who are on boards of directors because of the work of Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., Earl Graves, and others. And I've always said that if you are a black person on a corporate board and that corporation looks the same 5, 10 years later after you join, then you fail black people. If all you've done is collect your stock options and that corporate check for being on the board, and you do not expand opportunities for black people, you've actually wasted what Reverend Jackson and Earl Graves fought for, because they were fighting for you to be on there to actually do those things.
Right.
And same thing, whether you are a black CEO, whether you are a black senior executive, I can tell you right now, the worst folk we've had to confront in terms of black-owned media and advertising dollars is a black exec in a company or an ad agency.
Right.
No question.
I'm talking, and so this is where, to Mustafa's point, and they get mad at me because they like, damn dog, why you calling people out? Because we can't continue to let folk profit in silence. And the rest of the community starves. Your final comment on this tribute show to Reverend Jackson.
I'm glad that, I think it was, I forgot who left before Ms. Barry. She mentioned to the family. Very caring, wonderful family. Jesse Jr. and I, when we were, getting coffee and making copies for folks, good friend, good dude, reached out to Jonathan today. My sister talked to Santita. So it's a family that obviously should be uplifted and prayed for. But their dad is amazing person. He would say, he called me Brownie. He'd say, look, Brownie, I need some chicken. I need some chicken. And his favorite for you DC people, Church's was his favorite chicken.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know what it was in Chicago. I can't speak to New York. Can't speak to anybody.
Chicago's probably Harold's Chicken.
Maybe Harold's.
They probably went to Houston. It was French's.
Oh yeah, it was definitely French's. Anyway, here was Church's. And the soul food place is a place called Georgine's, the Player Lounge in Southeast.
Nice.
That was the soul food place when you get the full dinner. Anyway. Players, that's
It's still there.
So I'm standing around waiting for him to, give me a 20 or something. And I'm still standing around waiting for the 20. And I'm still standing around waiting for the 20. And I said, all right, Rev, I'll be back in however long it was going to take us to get there. Still, I'm thinking that now that I'm leaving, so no 20 came. So I have that, I was working for him. I was working for the campaign, so I had that big brick phone. I don't know if it was in the bag. Remember the big brick phone?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So I had the big brick. I called my dad. I said, Dad, I'm going to get some chicken for Rev. He said, go get him some chicken. I said, I'm going, but what do you want me? He said, no, you can't worry about that. I'll deal with that later. Go get the guy some chicken. Give him some chicken. Bring it back. I said, okay, Rev. So I'm still thinking now.
$20.
Right.
I'm delivering the currency.
You singing Johnny Taylor, my last $2.
Man, Reverend didn't want to hear it. But
You're funny. If he could walk into a boxing match with no ticket and go into the ring, what made you think you were going to get some money
You're
from
right
him?
about that. That's a good point. And the first time I met, what title did you give the guy that lives in the house that slaves built? What do you call him now?
The twice impeached, criminally convicted commander-in-chief.
First time I met him was at the Mike Tyson fight.
Right. Mike Tyson, Michael Spinks. Yep.
Did I say it right?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yep. 91-second fight?
Yes. So my dad and Rev.
Your guy bit?
No, that was in the Holyfield.
No, this is when he put Michael Spinks.
No. This one didn't last that long.
He put Michael
He didn't have
Spinks
time to bite him.
He put him.
Right.
So Jesse Jr., my father and Rev went to the fight, and that's when I met Mr. Trump in the buffet line. And Reverend and I, so I'm getting some chicken wings. Reverend said, man, put those back. I said, Rev, just give him a little plate.
You pleading.
Because he wanted the wings that I wanted. So I put mine back. And he takes the little clamp thing and that's my man.
That's hilarious.
Julian, your craziest Reverend Jackson story.
Well, I first met Reverend Jackson in 1973 when I was an intern at Essence. And Lynn Taylor, who used to be with Rainbow, went to be PR director at Essence. So she takes me to a Push Expo, my first one. I wasn't 20 yet. And she takes me, we go to this place, I don't know if it's still around, called the Soul Queen of the Sea. It was in Chicago. And they had these wonderful buffets. So we said, Lynn says, come join us. So, and you know, Reverend liked to eat. So we sat down at the buffet and we're eating. And we sat there so long, they changed the food. I mean, they changed the food from lunch to dinner. Right. And Lynn kept saying, Reverend, you have a meeting. He said, no, I'm not finished eating. Then he said, I don't know what else they gonna put out. Because they were putting out different kinds of food. And, you know, and then he said, I'm not eating more unless you guys eat more. And I told Lynn, I said, I can't eat anymore. She said, you have to. She said, because we want to keep Reverend hanging out as long as we can. And then he said, he looked at me and he said, you're too little. You need to eat more. I'm like, Reverend, I am of average size, and I do not need to be any bigger. I have a fat phobia thing because I have larger siblings. I do not ever want to be that large. So I'm like, no, I'm not eating anymore. And he just talked about me like a dog until I finally, he went and got me some mac and cheese and put it in front of me and said, eat it. And so I'm like, okay. But that's my funniest. I mean, that was when I first met him, and with Lynn, and that was funny. And we had just taken over this poor lady's restaurant because there were about 8 of us, and the people kept changing, and the food kept changing. But me, Lynn, and another brother, and Reverend, the 4 of us held down the table for the whole time.
Rebecca, final comment.
So I think this show is important, but I also think it's going to be very important in how we tell the story of Reverend Jackson, because we can't allow the history books to tell the story. Because if the history books tell the story,
They'll lie.
They'll lie, but even worse, all of his accomplishments, they would give credit to those white politicians.
Oh, yeah.
True that. Great.
Importance of the Black Star Network, what we always say, independence. I agree with what Cliff said. You know, if this country is here in 50 years, and I'm not at all sure it will be, even the world for that matter. We watched what Marco Rubio's insane speech last week. You know. It might not be 84 and 88. It might be 72. Because it's clear this thing is being renegotiated.
Yeah.
And Jackson's instincts, his missteps, his triumphs, speak not just to a singularly unique human being, but to the institutions that produced him. His family, like you said, that speech in '88, absolutely brilliant, but at the same time, he was raised by a community there in South Carolina. That logo on your chest, my niece is there as a first-year student, you know, and she's part of that crew who is now beginning to understand who Jesse Jackson is. Because they didn't know. My students didn't know, don't know. But it's our responsibility, as you say, Rebecca, we got to help them know.
That's right.
The church, SCLC, everything we've talked about tonight and more. One name we haven't mentioned, though, that we should raise because it speaks to the brain trust staff to Jesse Jackson, the great Ron Walters.
Oh, yes.
I mentioned
those political scientists at Howard.
I
Oh, yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just thinking, I mean, because
the
vision, those thinkers, you know, I think finally Jackson was the bridge between all those generations that fought apartheid, and since then. And yeah, Lauren, I I don't know where this is going, but I know it ain't going nowhere with these politicians we got now because they are not part of that.
Okay,
They
so I did
benefited,
curse
but they are
particularly.
not part of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Lauren.
The curses.
Wow, there's
And
so
don't
much
forget
to
Ron
say.
Daniels.
Eat Ron Daniels too, absolutely.
You know what? I just really, I just really just, the thing I think about is watching him on TV. I was, a little nerd kid that liked politics. My first convention was actually '92, Madison Square Garden. My dad was a cop, and he just walked me into that, right? So I didn't, in person see '88, but I saw it on TV, and I remember thinking that in '84, Mario Cuomo, of course, is governor of New York, and he did the Shining City on the Hill speech. I remember that so well, even as a kid. And I always thought the Jackson speech 4 years later was a counter to that speech in a way. Even though it may not have intentionally been, it kind of felt like it was. But at any rate, I was glued to the TV for Reverend Jackson. I also was in Grant Park for Barack Obama. I didn't see Jesse Sr. there. I could see from where I was sort of in a little media area. I could see the president-elect clearly, but I never saw Reverend until, of course, the famous photo of him crying in the crowd.
Absolutely.
At any rate, I just think the sweep of history that he covers, we see these photos today. I saw several photos. I actually thought they were AI when I first saw them, but they were coming out from the King Center, so I believed them. But anyway, the early photos of him and Reverend King, MLK, and it's incredible, the sweep of history he covered. He started so young, and he, of course, it's like, 12 years after Shirley Chisholm, and then he ends up being the person who propels the first black president of the United States into office. It is an incredible run. And what can you say, Roland? The 7 minutes that you played, I've heard that so many times, and listening to it again, you never get tired of it.
Nope.
You never get tired of it.
Classic.
And when he does that run at the end, and he just says the words, "Keep hope alive," I also just would end by saying this. I like that the director didn't F it up. You get the pictures of the faces, black and white, reacting to him.
Yep.
So many times we see a speech in person. You maybe go back and see it later. This is, of course, the age of the VHS, but thanks to C-SPAN and everybody else, you can see the proper movement of the camera to people black and white reacting in real time, standing up and clapping. You can see people in the place that don't seem to be Jackson delegates reacting. It was just unbelievable. I don't think he brought the role of oratory up. Nobody could compete with that after that. I think Barack Obama, of course, as a younger Barack Obama, probably saw that and said, I've got to at least try to get to that, but nobody can get to it. Amazing.
Obama gave a nice speech.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is not in the same discussion as 84, 88. I mean, listen, I'm a tough grader when it comes to speeches, and Barbara Jordan's speech is not in the same discussion.
Yeah, there was some really great speeches.
Ann Richards gave a great speech.
Yep.
Ain't in the same discussion.
That
close right there. Hold on. No, I gotta go to Avis.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, for me, I just keep coming back to the fact that his life has really laid the gauntlet down for what we need to rise up to today. And when you made that statement, which is absolutely true, that there is no one person, nor one institution that covers the breadth of the contributions that he made to this country, I really think that we need to say, what does that say about us? What does that say about us in this moment? And what does that challenge us to do now? And finally, your point about supporting our organizations, we have to be willing to invest in our own freedom. Period. We have to be willing to invest in our own freedom. Freedom is not free. And especially in this moment, this actually, whenever there are things that happen that are bad, I also believe that they are also oftentimes a seed to a new beginning, a new revolution, a new perspective that can end up in a very positive direction. And if this creates the need for Black people to not to put everything on the line merely for inclusion, but instead focus on freedom and doing what needs to be done in order to be fully free, everything that is happening today could ultimately be for the better. And we get there when we follow the lead that his life has provided.
Randy, your last before I go.
When I heard the news today about 5-something in the morning, I really believe in something about divine timing. And of course, it's always sad when we lose someone, especially someone as great as he. But we need his voice so badly right now. And we're going to hear it more now because he transitioned than we would have had he stayed. And I said, isn't that just a gift to him? That all the words that he says, the encouragement that he gave us, the roadmap of what we need to be doing today is now going to be reiterated over and over again at a time that I believe Black Americans and actually Americans need to hear it. And so I said, there's something about the timing of now. I mean, even hearing the speeches that we've heard today and the words, that's going to be repeated for these next upcoming weeks, and we need that so much. So those are my thoughts.
When Sidney Poitier died, when Cicely Tyson died, their deaths were pretty much a blip on the radar of mainstream America. In the case of Sidney Poitier, he had been out of public view for quite some time. Even when Robert Redford died, really wasn't a lot in terms of coverage that one would expect. Robert Duvall just died. And so what often happens in our society, if a person is not constantly present and constantly in our face, then folks just sort of allow them to drift away. And we don't spend much time talking about them, reflecting. When that man died, Harry Belafonte, we did tributes for 2 weeks. And there were people who hit me and they said, man, that's a lot of tributes.
Not enough.
I said, he died at 95. I said, Harry Belafonte literally lived 10 lives in one life. When you talk about the continuum from Paul Robeson to MLK to Nelson Mandela, that was Belafonte. For Reverend, many of us were expecting this to happen in November, but he lived 3 more months. And we initially planned for this to be 2 hours. Then I said, well, we're going to do 3 hours. We'll do phone calls in the 3rd hour. And clearly, we've hit the 4-hour mark. And we're going to be having tribute. Cleola Brown, Reverend Freddie Haynes, and others, we couldn't get on. So we have the tribute every single day. The reason this is important, because I've been looking at folks saying all sorts of stuff on social media. A lot of BS, a lot of crap. And what we understand is you cannot let somebody else control the narrative. I've always believed that. I don't watch CNN, MSN, MS Now, Fox. I don't. I turned them on this morning. I just wanted to see what coverage was like. They did some coverage, then it was back to other stuff. And I said, no, that can't be the case. That we are going to give proper tribute. See, the reason that quote from the Freedom Journal, the nation's first Black newspaper, resonates, and why this mural's in this office. We wish to plead our own cause too long, but others spoken for us. I didn't care what they said. I pulled up the websites, and Reverend Jackson is not at the top of Politico or Axios or Punch Bowl News or the New York Times. But we understand how significant he was and what he meant to our people, but also to this country and this world. And so we have tributes every single day. And we also, the reason I wanted to hear some of the funny stories, what Michael said was hilarious, is because y'all can put up the picture of my parents. So I'm moderating a panel at the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. And this is probably within a year or so after we find out that Reverend Jackson had another child. That child was Ashley. And so it was not discussed by lots of folks. And so I'm moderating this panel, and Jesse Jr. goes, in the middle of the panel, y'all, don't Roland look like he could be my brother? And Reverend Jackson goes, take the birth certificate. Now I'm moderating the panel, and I go, clearly we've gotten over the baby.
Yeah.
That's my response. And the room cracked up laughing. James Bevel was in the room. It was hilarious, crazy.
I would ask that child if he took his meds that day.
I'm trying. So I'm in Chicago. My parents come to visit, and it was some reception or something. That photo was actually for the MLK Memorial in 2011, but it happened. But it was before that. I was like, Reverend, this is my daddy. This is my mama. And as you can see, I look like both of them. And he busts out laughing, they laughing, he's hugging them. He's more like a son. And that was always, every time I would see him, he was like, no, you look like you be my son. And I was like, here you go again with that. So between the Alpha Omega thing, that was always a thing. So it was always hilarious. But Reverend Jackson's, his humor, so with all the seriousness, he also had fun. It was so that everybody has these crazy, hilarious stories dealing with Reverend Jackson. But he also had this ability to talk with media to cause you to end up writing some shit you did not have planned. Reverend Jackson would call you and would essentially talk his way into you writing a story about him on a topic. So that happened a lot when I ran the Chicago Defender, and I was like, why is he calling me? And he always knew how to call, but right before a deadline. But then what he would do, though, what was crazy is, and this happened, he would literally be, Mike, I guarantee you know this here, he would be working out his theories on you and would want your feedback to what he's saying in order to refine it. The next thing you know, you're watching his ass on the network television like, that's the same bullshit he called me 2 days ago. Happened all the time. And it was like, it was always hilarious in terms of how he did that. So he understood, and I was gonna have Lon come on, Lon Walls, but we'll do it another day. And this is where I dare say more so, and I think really getting this from King, he understood the power of media. And he understood that mass media served a purpose. And he knew how to speak in sound bites. He knew how to articulate a point. He knew I can be short, I can be long. And that also was a part of the power because he combined his eloquence, his knowledge, his expertise with media. And all those things came together and people forgot he had a show on CNN. And so all of that all fused together what made him him.
And he was, remember he got elected here in D.C.
Yeah, Shadow Senator, absolutely. I wish the local TV people know that. I did an interview earlier. They didn't even mention it. I was kind of like, y'all might want to do some more research here in D.C. But we're going to close with Joy. This was at the 100th anniversary of the commemoration of the Tulsa Race Massacre. We were set up out in front of the historic church there. We were doing interviews. Y'all have the photo. Y'all have the photo. It's the photo of me and Reverend Jackson. Brandon Bell with Getty Images captured this photo. Reverend came over, and he came over. I think we did an interview. But he came over, and Brandon captured this photo here, and he sent it to me. I've been trying to find Brandon's damn email, but this has the Getty Images watermark, and I think that encapsulates our relationship. I thought a lot of him. He thought a lot of me. I greatly respected him and his family as well. And there's no doubt, so many of us, millions across the world, were saddened to find out this morning that he had transitioned to an ancestor at the age of 84. Let me thank everybody who participated. Let me thank our staff, because we normally do 2 hours. We went way over that, this 4-hour show. We will have more tomorrow. The family will release funeral details. We will have complete coverage of that. So if that means it's in Chicago, if there's something in North Carolina, South Carolina, we're going to be on the ground live covering that.
Who preaches his funeral?
It's a good question. I've actually I raised that question over the years. First of all, a couple of questions that I raised over the years. I said black people will rue the day when Reverend Jackson is no longer on the scene to the point because irreplaceable. Then same thing, because he was the eulogist at the funeral of so many different people. And then of course when Parkinson's took his voice, he still would attend, but wasn't speaking. So yeah, it would be interesting to see.
The minister has been pretty much secluded. You think?
Same thing, but you know, the minister was on when we hit Maher Belafonte passed. The only interview he did was on this show.
If he's going to be
so
there.
I'll be reaching out to see if he wants to come on. See if Minister Farrakhan wants to come on, talk about. Yes, I'll be placing that call tomorrow. So it's a lot of folks who we'll be reaching out to, sharing their thoughts. Father Flager, Barbara Reynolds, who wrote 2 books on Reverend Jackson. So a lot of people we're going to be putting on. But for the purpose of the audience, I want you to understand, I don't give a damn what other media does. This is why we own this. This is why we control this. This is why we can decide to do a 4-hour tribute. This is why we can decide to do a tribute an hour a day between now and the funeral. And that's why black-owned media is critically important. And the last point I'll say, out of all of the civil rights and preachers and other folk I've dealt with, Reverend Jackson completely understood, valued, and respected black-owned media.
Yes, he did.
Black-owned media was never secondary to Reverend Jackson. Never secondary, and that also is absolutely important. Folks, if y'all want to support the work that we do, which nobody else in black-owned media is doing, please support us via joining our Bring the Funk fan club. As I said, we've had almost 37,000 donors since we launched this show September 4th, 2018. And so if you want to contribute via Cash App, you can stripe QR code. You see it right here on the screen. That's for Cash App and credit cards. Check some money or to make it payable to Roland Martin Unfiltered, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. PayPal's R. Martin Unfiltered, Venmo, RM Unfiltered, Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Samsung Smart TV. Be sure to support us with our products. Of course, you want to get our swag, our shirts, hats, T-shirts, all that good stuff. Go to shopblackstarnetwork.com. Then also, listen, Reverend Jackson understood the importance of black-owned companies. All of the products that you see on the Shop Black Star Network, those are black-owned companies. So whether it's toilet paper, whether it's candles, whether it's art, you name it, all of those companies, Randy got her truthing cards on there. All of these companies are black-owned companies. And when you buy their products through our website, you're also supporting this show as well because some of the proceeds go back to us. And so go to our marketplace at shopblackstarnetwork.com. You also know I believe in all black-owned media. Fanbase is a social media app. Every one of us should have an account. Download Fanbase today and support them as well. Folks, that is it for us. We want to thank all of y'all for watching. Y'all have been hanging tight. Several thousand folks have been watching us on our app, on YouTube, on Facebook, and we appreciate all of you. We will see you tomorrow as we continue to celebrate the life and legacy of the iconic Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson Sr. See you tomorrow.